Go one, we go two. Let's move our man Domas out the way. You know, these lowly Kings, these lowly Sacramento Kings, man.
Well,
What's up, y'all?
They ain't got no chance, bro. They just happy to be
no chance.
It's a cute little story. It's a cute little story.
That's
it.
Man,
hey, wait a minute. Yeah, first of all, whew, damn. You see that picture? Anybody see that picture?
Oh, well.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. We in here.
Yes, sir.
We just happy to be here. It's the Warriors world. We're just happy to come along for the trip. We're happy they're bringing us along, and we just get to play a couple of extra games, keep these guys sharp headed into the off
just
season.
A couple extra games.
That's
all hail the mighty Warriors, the greatest team, the greatest franchise in the history of American sports. There's nobody ever better than the Golden State Warriors.
As Trysta would say, Trysta Krick, who's going to join us at 2:00. Our Dubs. Shout out to our Dubs. Indeed, because it's if you've been reading, if you've been listening, it's just the Kings. By the way, shout out to our guy Mark Spears. Oh my God! Oh yeah, I saw you, Mark Spears. Yes, I did. Mark Spears rode with the Sacramento Kings all season long. Till it became time to make a prediction for this first round series. Oh, but you don't have to ask. You don't have to ask.
What the hell is going on here?
He's on record, and we know whose side he's on. We welcome you in here.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, it's my fault. I got derailed. Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we're so happy that you're here with us on ESPN 1320 on 98.5 FM HD2. If you're watching on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, we appreciate you for being with us. We'll hope you'll hit the thumbs up, hit the subscribe buttons, do all of that good stuff. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the heart button. Save us as your favorite radio station. We've got you covered for the next 4 hours. We've got you covered for the next 4 days leading into the first playoff game for the Sacramento Kings in 16 years, which they're clearly going to lose.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Can you blame Mark Spears? Can you blame our man Mark Spears? I mean, we are talking about the Warriors, the unbeatable force. Look,
they are the irresistible force and the immovable.
They are. I mean, look, they don't even roll out of bed until the playoff time.
Are they playing possum? Have they been playing possum for the last 6 months?
Clearly they have, and they're ready for another championship run.
They are.
I mean, it definitely. Yeah, the question is Boston or Philly or Milwaukee, because the Kings, they don't stand a chance, man.
That's what I've been hearing.
They don't stand a chance.
That's what I've been hearing.
They don't stand a chance.
Can I?
Because they're inexperienced.
It's that damn experience. That damn experience.
Once again, screening roll is going to come. De'Aaron Fox is just too different.
What do I do?
It's just too different.
There's Gorilla Monsoon right there in the front row where the Warriors playing possum. Well, I guess so, because we've heard it all the last couple of days. And let me tell you this. Joe Shasky is going to join us in about an hour. Yeah. I'll say this to Joe. I'll say this to Bonte. Y'all have disparaged the Sacramento Kings so bad. Like, the Kings are trash. The Sacramento Kings are going into their first playoff series as the 3 seed, where they've been since the middle of January, as absolute, utter NBA garbage. So when you win in 3 or 4 or however many games it's going to take you, don't say nothing because you didn't accomplish anything. You have made it clear you believe the Sacramento Kings are trash. You can't talk trash about someone that you believe is trash.
Right.
Keep your mouth shut. Yeah. Hey, this series is over. You ask those people in San Francisco. We asked Butcher Boy in an hour. You read all them articles on ESPN. You see all that stuff in The Athletic. You see this stuff everywhere. It's all the same thing. Warriors are going to win. Probably going to win relatively easily. Maybe if you really want to give the Kings some credit, you'll stretch it to 6. If you just want a hot take, you'll stretch it to 7. But we've seen everything. Therefore, don't talk like this is a big deal. Don't act like this is a big deal. Y'all should. Butch, no wonder Butch was talking to Masters. No wonder Butch wanted to talk about the Dodgers beating up the Giants yesterday, because this series is insignificant because according to everybody else who I'm sure have studied the Kings just viciously, they trash.
It's trash.
Kings is trash.
They're no good. They don't do anything better than the Warriors. When it comes playoff time, things will be so much different.
So much different.
The Kings just can't function. They won't be able to function.
As Dr. David said, Kings were stuck at the 3 seed.
They stuck at the 3
stuck
seed.
there for 4 months. Just couldn't move. Just stuck there at the 3 seed.
So, and the whole thing about it is, like you mentioned, there's no need to talk trash to us. No need to talk trash to us because the Kings aren't any good. So if you beat them, you just beat some random sorry team.
Be trash. Yeah.
And this is what Floyd Mayweather was great at as a boxer.
Yep.
Floyd Mayweather would never talk down about the opponent
because he wanted the fight
if he talked down about the opponent, what's the point of tuning in?
That's right.
If this guy, even though Floyd thought like there's no way this guy's gonna beat me, he would never do that. But hell, the Warriors are greater than Floyd Mayweather are at boxing.
I've heard that.
Andrew Wiggins, I think, is Scottie Pippen and Tracy McGrady rolled into one. And Gary Payton the second. I mean, the best defender to ever play basketball. Revolutionized the game. Not his dad, him.
Oh.
He is the greatest defender to ever play.
Oh, I read this morning as a shoot that Draymond Green might be the greatest defender in the history of the game.
Yeah. How can I forget Draymond?
And I'm attempting to take the sarcasm out of our voice. I read that this morning, that Draymond Green might be the greatest defender in NBA history. By the way, should we do this now? Or should we wait? Trysta Krick's going to join us at 2. Butcher Boy going to join us just before that. Phone lines are open for you as always. We got playing games tonight.
Thank God, I'm
ready. We'll save it. We'll save it. I'll just mention this. James, I think, brought it up yesterday. I think he brought it up during a commercial. Maybe he even brought it up after the show. James was on 95.7 The Game yesterday, as just has been the case. Yeah, it has just has been the case for it's going to be the case the rest of the week. We'll be doing, we are a family. We might not like each other right now, but we are a family. And James was talking about a tweet that 95.7 put out where they took like a quote about James saying this Kings offense has done things the Warriors offense during their run never did. And that's where the quote ended. And 95.7 put that out there, and then NBA Central picked it up. And Jesse said that NBA Central tweet has gotten like 3 million impressions across the internet. And I saw some of the replies, and I was just like, all right, I'm not going to, I don't need to see these. I need to see the entire interview. Went and watched the entire interview. Now, I understand when you're scrolling through Twitter, sometimes you're just killing time. Sometimes you're standing in line at the grocery store. You're waiting for your food. It's a commercial break during your show, whatever. Most people aren't going to take the time to find out what the context of what James was talking about by going to YouTube, going to 95.7 and finding the clip for you. Don't worry. We did. And I get that the people who run the social media accounts at 95.7 The Game, their job is to get impressions. Their job, they are arguably, maybe inarguably, the best social media engagement team in our entire company.
They're on it.
In our entire company. That spans well outside of California. That scans into New York. That's across the country. All big markets, all small markets, everything. They are one of the very best. And part of being the best is just tweeting totally disingenuous nonsense. And James said exactly what they tweeted. But what he said before and what he said after was really important to that one sentence that they put out there on social media. So don't worry. You don't have to search anything. We'll play James' clip in its entirety for you. So Kyle Kuzma and everybody else who had something to say about what James said yesterday on 95.7 The Game, y'all can hear it for yourself because it sounds a lot different than it reads.
Right. And
the two hosts, Steiny and Guru, particularly Steiny, nodding their head as if they're in. Yeah, I see what James is talking about. Of course, you don't write that in the tweet.
Right.
You've got to get impressions.
Right.
Well, congratulations to 95.7. You got your impressions, but we'll provide context for what James said.
Yeah, man, and it's just say everything. Say everything as much as you can. Obviously, you can't put a whole transcript in 140 characters, 210 or whatever it is now. But yeah, say everything in that situation. So we'll get into that. But I just spent a lot of time listening to people's assessment of the Sacramento Kings, particularly people in the Bay Area, their assessment of the Sacramento Kings. And it just reinforced what I said and what I've been saying. They don't watch basketball. They watch the Warriors. There's a difference. There's a complete difference. Look, man, who was he making reference to? Matt Steinmetz. Shout out Matt Steinmetz. I don't have no problem with him. But he asked James in that same interview, he said, do you think that who was he referencing? He asked the question, what if the Warriors pulled a Jedi mind trick and put Gary Payton II on? Oh, no. He was talking about Dirk Nowitzki. And he said when the We Believe Warriors beat the Mavericks, they put like Steven Jackson on Dirk Nowitzki, got in his airspace, and it bothered him, and it changed the whole series. They're like, well, I think that, maybe the Warriors might be able to do the same thing with Sabonis and put Gary Payton II on him and and kind of play a Jedi mind trick on him. I said, what? Like that Kobe gift. What? Like, what are we talking about? Now, James completely shut that down. He's like, he would punish him and dunk on him every single time. This isn't Dirk Nowitzki. Once again, when you talk about watching basketball and watching hoop, you would understand Sabonis don't play the same way as Dirk Nowitzki. That's not a sound strategy. But like I said, and I'm going to say it. I don't have no problem saying it. It's cool. Not bad people. They're not bad fans because of it. But they talk about the Kings. They have no idea what they're talking about because they don't watch all of the NBA, including the Sacramento Kings. They haven't been doing it all year. They're not doing it. They're trying to like crash course right now for the test. But they ain't watching the Kings. So how are you going to tell me something about the Kings? You ain't even watched the Kings. You watched the Warriors and maybe the Lakers and maybe the Celtics. And let's just say what it is. Say what it is.
I read ESPN's preview of each team that were in the playoffs and playing. It was both. I got to the Kings and took everything I had to not burst into laughter. You want to guess what it said?
I want to hear what it. I want to know.
There's no big buildup. Everybody listening to this knows what it said. We did this exercise weeks ago. Remember the power rankings that dropped? And I think it was Kendra Andrews would drop her a couple of lines on the Kings.
Yeah.
High power offense, bad defense. High power like that for what? We must have counted like 9 weeks.
Yeah.
Guess what this was?
High power offense, bad defense.
Same exact thing. I know Kendra's seen the Kings.
Yeah.
She's been here.
We seen Kendra in the building.
Yeah, she's seen the Kings. Same impression. We'll come back. We're just happy to be here. That's all it is. We're just happy to count down until we crown the Warriors. As a matter of fact, 15 ESPN reporters and writers picked this series. We'll give you the score of what they thought this series would be. Plus, we'll play James Ham's quote from 95.7 The Game in its complete form so you can hear what they're talking about. We are just getting started. It's a Loaded Date. Phone lines open for you as always. 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Baby.
So Mark says, but to be fair, Casey, it's not like the Kings were put on national TV for other teams to watch them. There's two things with that. Like Michael, I'm sorry, it said Mark. Michael, I'm not asking you to go buy League Pass and, shell out money to watch the Kings on regular TV if you're out of market. But if this is your job and you want to talk about it so matter-of-factly, yeah, I'm going to ask you to do that. I'm gonna ask you to do that. I'm going to ask you not to just talk out of your ass because you think you know what you're talking about. So the common fan or whatever the case may be, say what you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that by any means. But if it's your job and you want to speak so matter-of-factly, yeah, I'm going to need you to do a little bit more research than what you're doing and coming on here and talking so matter-of-factly.
It's not like it's the most difficult thing to watch other teams too.
No,
I said it's not like the most difficult thing to watch other teams too.
it's really not. It's really not. It's not that hard. There's a lot of different ways to do it. There's free ways to do it if you're really interested. But it goes back to what I said, man. These people that cover this league, they don't love basketball, man. They don't love hoop. Not yet. I didn't get a chance to watch it last night. I'm gonna watch it tonight, big dog. Is this the Brad one, right? Or the other one? Yeah, I saw Dr. David. I was gonna say Brad. Brad, did they really say this? Or is this a work? But yeah, I saw bruh, if that happens. I wish he would.
Appreciate y'all being here, man. Appreciate y'all being here.
And Jacob, I'll say this as well, because of the type of individual I am. You don't have to think the Kings are going to win to watch them. You could watch the NBA and watch what's going on and say, I think the Warriors are going to win. But when you give your reasonings, that's going to let me know if you have an informed opinion or an observation of it all. You can say, I think the Warriors are going to win the series, but the Kings do this, this, and this. I think it's going to be a problem for the Kings to handle this, this, and this, and this. Just because you watch, it doesn't mean you have to think the Kings are going to win. But just saying they're going to not win because of inexperience, that's lazy. And we've already established that's not even factual.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
Ernesto asking, how long does the 25% off the merchandise go till? We're just going to leave it up for now, man. As long as the Kings are riding, we're leading that up. So head over to DeLoandKC.com, grab your merch. If you've never seen DeLoandKC.com, go check it out, man. Some great stuff over there. DLoandKC.com. That purple hoodie, I'll tell you that the purple off-white, that ain't gonna last. The off-white hoodies do not stay up. Those are essentials drops. Get a little peek, order it while you can, and then we dip. We'll leave the t-shirts up for a while. That's brand new, but the purple hoodie isn't gonna stay up for too long. So check it out, DLoandKC.com. No code needed, Ernesto, but we're gonna leave that up there for a while. John, I don't know that those sizes exist, bro. I'm very sorry. I'm not confident that those sizes exist. I'll see if I can find an app that just allows me to make clothing for giants. They don't need to give 95.7% off their merch because ain't nobody buying it. Live on the Odyssey app.
Gloves are off.
Like, come on, man. What are we doing right now? You just mentioned, Cavillo said the game should give 95.7% off their merchandise when the Warriors lose. All I said was, ain't nobody buying that merchandise. They don't rock like D-Lo and KC rock.
They don't rock like D-Lo and KC rock.
Man, go to DLoandKC.com and then go to Shop 90. Boy, how many stations are we programming right now at this point, Jesse? How many stations do we have creative control over at this point?
2 right now.
2? Are you sure it's not 3?
Oh, yeah. I didn't even include ours. 3.
Right. Didn't even include ours. Only included the other 2 we run around here. Come on, man. That's all right, though. That's all right. You want to look? I really like that Morning Rose cartoon head shirt they got over there. Sure, like that joint. I might get me one of them. I rock with Bonte and Butch.
No, I will give me a Morning Rose.
I might rock me one of them joints. Looks awfully familiar. But I might rock one of them joints.
I'll get some Morning Rose merch, man. Those are my guys. Even though they be on some nonsense every now and then, those still my guys. I'll rock some Morning Rose shirt. But like you said,
matter of fact, just for fun, I don't even know what the website is. I honestly don't. Not trying to be funny. Is it? No, that ain't it. Let me. All right, I might have to do this during a commercial because my petty level is sky high right now.
And you know what I'm also seeing, man, and what I don't understand. I knew this about them, but man, being in a series in a day-to-day interaction, and hell, it's only Tuesday. Warrior fans be whining, bro. Why are they so whiny? Ow, the Dubs get disrespected. Steph Curry never gets any calls.
Good God, is that the noise they make?
That's exactly what they sound like. I'm doing a podcast with a young lady this afternoon that I'm kind of dreading. She is the whiniest of them all.
Oh, my God.
Oh, revenue sharing is trying to stop the Dubs and everything. Shut the hell up. You guys, they cry endlessly. For a team that's won so much, all they do is cry and complain. Warriors world, whine. Shut the hell up.
Well, okay.
He's not wrong either.
They are cry. They cry all the time. They're the defending champions. And all they do is cry and complain.
Oh, okay. They are.
Golly.
Hey, when do you think Bonte Hill's kid is going to draw a picture and they're going to put it on a shirt?
I'm not participating.
I'm just asking a question. I'm just asking. Why y'all getting sensitive? I'm just asking a question. I'm a broadcast journalist. I'm just over here. I'm shopping right now. I just check out this morning. Look at that. That's a nice picture right there of that's a nice picture of Bonte and Butch right there. And just I like it. No, I don't know.
Hey, look,
I don't know why it looks so.
Tell me that's not the original D-Lo and KC shirt.
So familiar. but I like it. No, we
Hey,
rock with those
I
guys.
will. Like I said, I will get some morning roast gear.
I'll rock that hoodie.
I will get some morning roast gear.
I'll rock that hoodie.
Anybody else got gear over there?
Yeah, I just closed the website. They do, but theirs is they got like Nick Bosa, defensive player of the year. Hey, they ain't make that commitment we did. That's okay. They dabbling in the fashion game. They dabbling in the fashion game. They ain't in the fashion game. Hey, Bonte think because he got a pair of Gucci's, maybe two. He ain't in the fashion game.
More than two.
He's dabbling.
I think Bonte got more than two. Man. Boy got that TV money now too.
Okay. Well, if it's a series of closets, I'm down. I'm down. Say the word.
You know, Ramsey brings up a good point in the chat too. Like the Chase Center is a copycat of the Golden West Center.
Oh, Chase Center garbage, bro. I'll tell you that right now. That is $1 billion worth of garbage.
It is one of the nicer hotel lobbies I've been to.
That's all it looks like. Looks like a damn hotel lobby. Dante was talking about the DoubleTree. Chase Center looked like the DoubleTree.
Oh my.
Chase Center, they tried to recreate Golden One Center and failed miserably. Chase Center whack, bro. I'm telling you that right now. Chase Center whack. Staples better than Chase Center. Or crypto, whatever you want to call it. They spent $1 billion. Now I know how people feel when they talk about Levi's. When I be trying to defend Levi's, which Warrior fans would try to defend Chase. That place is a damn what's the places they call over like on Richards Boulevard or something like that. Well, not those places.
Oh, I was like, wait a minute. I ain't been to the Chase Center. I didn't know.
Those places. A damn warehouse. That's all I'm about to say.
Oh.
That's what Chase Center looked like, a warehouse.
Oh, well, those are on Richards too. Like those are over there as well. But before we get into the show here and tone down, I don't know that I'm gonna be able to tone.
Chase Center remind me of the dentist's office. That's facts. That's facts.
I hope Kings fans take over the dentist office for the next for games 3 and 4. Boy, just happy to be here. That's all it is.
We got to start calling Chase the dentist office this whole series.
Yes,
I'm
there
with
we
that.
go.
I'm with that.
Games 3 and 4 at the dentist office.
I'm with that. Yeah, I'm absolutely with that. Pettiness level is high. We're going at our friends Bonte and Bush. There's a girl in the office I'm not talking to because she talked slick yesterday. Won't even speak to her. Don't care.
We won't talk to the other Rich either.
Well, not Rich Ripley. That's our guy.
That's
that. He absolutely with us. But Big Rich can't talk to Big Rich either all week. Those are just the rules. Me out here trying to make nice. I don't give a damn if it was Mia's birthday. Let's go to YouTube here for a minute because 95.7 The Game put out a tweet yesterday from this interview. This was a conversation that Hammer had with Steiny and Guru yesterday, and they took a quote about the Kings offense doing something the Warriors offense, during their prime years hadn't done. And man, James was eviscerated for it, and stat numbers, idiots. Kyle Kuzma was talking about it.
They went in on that.
Everybody had something to say about it, and James just let it ride, took it in stride because he's a professional.
But
I'm not.
Yeah, he a teammate. We ain't letting that happen to your teammate.
Here's what James said on Steiny and Guru yesterday in its complete context.
The Warriors are, number one in 3-point attempts, number one in 3-point makes, number 2 in 3-point percentage. The Kings are right there with them. They're like number 5 in makes, number 6 in attempts, number 9 in percentage. But
don't buy another toothbrush until you see what this thing can do. Using it only takes 30 seconds.
You gotta be kidding me.
The Kings are number 1 in 2-point field goal percentage. This is, we talk about how great this Warriors run has been, and I covered it for many years. As soon as my King season would end, I would jump right on with Monty Poole, and I would work with him on the Warriors beat all the way through the playoffs. I was in Toronto. I've been to Portland covering this team. I was in locker rooms when they won. So I know how great they are. I'll tell you, the Warriors offense has always been incredible. They never did what the Kings did this year. The Kings offense this year was better than the Warriors offense in any of their great years. And that's saying something. Like whether it translates to the postseason, we'll have to see just because the Kings haven't been there before. But they're such a finely oiled machine on the offensive end. And it's really wild because most of their rotation is new. They're new to each other. You know, Herter and Monk joined the team during the offseason. Keegan Murray, you know, the rotation, even if you throw in Sabonis and Trey Lyles that came over the deadline last year, Fox missed most of the end of last season. So the fact that they've been able to piece this thing together, I'm excited to see what they look like in year 2, year 3 of this group being together. But I think that they can go in and they can play. And we'll have to see whether that means they can beat like one of the great dynasties in the history of the game. But I'm not going to count them out before it starts.
There is the complete quote from James Ham.
There's the complete quote, but the thing that gets me about that whole situation is like what he said got split up in the caption.
Mm-hmm.
Now, like you said, they're in the business of
those dots go a long way on Twitter.
Man, it got split up in the caption of what he said, and I thought that was disingenuous. I didn't think that was fair. Now, look, this is a culture and a situation where you can take the extra time and say and actually listen to what's going on. And some people probably didn't do that, but yeah, no, that wasn't fair. He did not say that they were a better offense than any of the Warriors championship teams. He's talking about statistically and absolutely
a specific statistic as well.
Stat. Yeah. Then that's factual. And that's all he's talking about.
Yeah.
He said right after that, will it transfer? I don't know. But what they did in this regular season, it was the best in the history of basketball. It wasn't even just those Warrior teams. It was the best in the history of basketball. Them, and even if you want to go to another stat, averaging 121 points per game, that hadn't been done in 40 years. So that wasn't cool. That wasn't cool.
The chat saying that was a dentist ad that started playing right in the middle of it, which is just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shout out to the dentist office. You can buy your tickets for games 3 and games 4 at the dentist office for significantly cheaper than getting into the Golden One Center. If you can't get into the Golden One Center, go to the dentist office for game 3 and game 4.
And look, the Warrior fans out there, they be eating it up. They saw that, they eating it up.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? They once, but like I said, when you don't take the time to watch other basketball teams, you wouldn't take the time to figure out exactly what he was saying either.
That fan base is so insecure.
It's like crying all the time.
Like if the Kings had won 4 championships, I wouldn't be talking about anything. I'd just be sitting here like I'd be like Clay, like I have no idea. We'll see what happens. 4 championships. Ain't gonna be insecure about. Oh, that's cool. James thinks that their offense was better. I don't know. Kings had 2 200-point scores. Warriors or 200 made threes. Yeah. Warriors had technically 3. There's a caveat. One of them hit 300. Hey, you know, but hey, that's cool. Yo, I'll just be sitting here.
Look, I ain't
3 championships. I wouldn't be as insecure as that fan base is.
Look here, I ain't got no rings as a Kings fan, and I'm just sitting there. I'm like, all right. You don't think the Kings are going to be good? You don't think they're formidable? That's cool. That's cool. I mean, like everything that they talk about, that doesn't have any bearing once they tip the ball off on Saturday night. All them 4 championships, and, you know, and everything that they did in the past, and poverty franchise. You haven't been here in 16 years. Well, guess what? I'm here now.
Yeah.
We here now. What that got to do with today? You know what I mean? So none of that gonna matter. I sit back and I just watch everything. I shake my head. The whining is a little ridiculous. That's the thing that does bother me a little bit. Like the whining, the constant whining by Warriors fans is just, it's excessive. But not understanding what you're talking about, that doesn't bother me. Not having done research, spitting out narratives that I've debunked, that doesn't bother me. It is what it is, because none of it's going to matter come Saturday night and the games after that.
Do you guys think the insecurity comes from like them wanting to be one of like the premier franchises in the league, and they're just like, they're not?
I don't know. I think I've been trying to figure that out for a while. Like not just now, but for a while.
Because they're not a Celtics, they're not a Lakers.
They're not the Lakers.
Do you think it has to do with Kevin Durant? Like they're so insecure about the fact that arguably, if not the best, certainly one of the best players in basketball joined their team, won 2 championships, and left. And they can't really acknowledge that they might not have won another one. This whole thing might not have kept going if it wasn't for Kevin Durant. Because don't forget, Kevin Durant doesn't go there. You don't have Andrew Wiggins. You don't have D'Angelo Russell. Like you wonder how they pick up the pieces after a 70-win season that fails to net them a championship. Can they run it back? Can they get back there? Definitely not saying they couldn't. I'm saying you have to wonder. But you land Kevin Durant, and essentially the next couple of years aren't fair, right? Because you have that incredible team who just got one of the most and I feel like I think it's why they don't like Kevin Durant. They're so insecure about what Kevin Durant did for them that they feel like they've got to win 6, 7 more titles to validate the 2 that he won.
Bro, they are on TV all the time. They lead SportsCenter all the time.
They have one of the most important players to professional basketball on their team.
Steph Curry gets praised all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys, they get a primetime slot all the time. Like all these things. When they're in the playoffs, since they've been in the playoffs, and they started this run in 2015, I guarantee you, there's no way we can look this up, but I guarantee you, 95% of the people who predict the series predict the Warriors to win every series they play in. Every series. It's always Warriors. Always. Yet they're disrespected. They're overlooked.
Steph better.
Ugh.
Oh, there it is.
Like it is unbelievable. And it is annoying. Like that's the only thing that does bother me. When they start talking, like I said, you could tell they don't know what they're talking about. You could tell they haven't watched any other hoop. That doesn't bother me. But the whining for a winning team, that's just whack.
916-909-1320. I think we got Big Al on the line. Big Al, what's happening, baby?
I'm just here to give some love. This is way in advance, of course. Love to the Kings. Yeah, I heard your talks. I love KC's. Listen, yeah. Warrior fans are just over the top now. They had very good success here in the last, 7 years. Very good. But they want to be Lakers. That's what they want to be. They want to do that. Well, you're not there yet until you prove it. So just shut up, be quiet, and earn it. So, but I am all in for the Kings. I'll be rooting for it. I got a buddies going to the game, so I'm in mental energy is for the Kings. Absolutely, this series.
All right, Big Al. I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Maybe there is an insecurity involving the Lakers.
There's absolutely insecurity involving the Lakers. They want this they want this rivalry with the Lakers that doesn't exist. Like they be getting hyped about the Lakers.
Thing.
No, they be getting Lakers. I want this rivalry with the Lakers, bro.
Is that because LeBron? That doesn't even make any sense.
It's with the Lakers. It's with the Lakers. The rivalry that's never existed. They be pointing back to a Sleepy Floyd game. Let's rekindle the rivalry, bro. What?
The Warriors have been. They've been the team. Is it fair to say they've been the team in the association for the last close to a decade?
The Warriors?
The Warriors have.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they're the team of the decade, definitely.
Absolutely.
But that's all they are in their franchise's history.
Shoot, enjoy it.
Exactly.
Like, I don't know what the problem is.
Yeah.
Enjoy it. Like it's one of the greatest teams we've ever seen. I do think, regardless of what happens in this Kings Warriors series, I think a lot of it stems from the fact that they're coming to the realization that this is ending. And if it's not like, if I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt by saying it's ending, it's coming to an end. This may very well be it this year with the Bob Myers stuff, the Draymond Green stuff. You know, you're even though I think Klay had a tremendous season that I slept on, Steph is still phenomenal. All of these guys are a year older next year. And there's just there's a point where it all ends. You're seeing, guys getting coaching interviews, like the coaching staff is going to likely break up even a bit further, moving forward. Those are all things that affect the team. Everybody has talked about the defense. Well, Mike Brown was the defensive guy there in Golden State. He left. Did that have an impact on the team? Maybe it did. Maybe it didn't. But it's not unrealistic to connect those two dots. And I think that's where a lot of the loudness comes from right now, is that they recognize it's coming to an end.
And there's nothing wrong with that. You guys have one of the great runs in the history of sports.
It's like death. They're learning to grieve.
One of the great runs in the history. You guys are unbelievable champions, but an unbelievable dynasty. Like, I don't understand what the issue. Real quick, we talk about I say everybody picks them, right? And our guy Jason, who's a really good listener, I rock with Jason a lot, but he's a Warriors fan. And he goes, they didn't do that against Boston, KC. I'm looking at this right now. ESPN predictions last year. 18-5 Warriors predictions over the Celtics to win the series. But they got it in their head somehow that nobody picks for them. 18-5. 18 ESPN writers picked the Warriors to beat the Celtics.
I'm calling cap on myself. Yeah, I'm just out here telling a lie, because the Warriors fans didn't start acting like that this year. They've been acting like this for a couple years.
Oh, they've been like this for.
So it has nothing to do with this whole thing coming to an end. They're just obnoxious or insecure. Maybe they're not obnoxious. They're just insecure.
I think there's some insecurity there. Just so damn whiny. Golly.
15 ESPN reporters and writers picked the series. 13-2.
So everybody overlooking the Dubs.
Mark Spears. Mark Spears.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Ramona Shelburne, friend of the show.
Momo.
Yeah, but whose side is he on?
Nick DePaula.
Oh, CKM, stand up.
Friend of the show.
What is he doing? My God! Is he the third man? He's the third man. What the hell is going on here?
Nick was a little homie at CKM too. I thought he wouldn't do that. Where's Elijah Higgs? I got to talk to Elijah. Nick, come on, man. That one hurt me.
All three of them picked the Golden State Warriors to win.
It
was Jerry Bembry, who I'm not familiar with, and our guy, Bobby Marks. Bobby Marks picked the Kings to beat the Warriors.
Bobby Marks.
Text Bobby Marks. See if we can get him on.
Yeah, we'll text Bobby.
Didn't Bobby Marks have expectations
last year? Yeah. Last year.
Was it? It was for last year's team.
He was thoroughly disappointed in last year's team. Because last year he was very specific. This team should win. They should be above 500. Of course, he was as disappointed as we all were with the performance of that team last year. I don't know that we got his predictions, or he may, because Bobby's been on the show since. He may just not have made them. He may have just been like, I'm not doing that again. But this team's got to get better. There's got to be some growth here. But we'll see if we can get Bobby on the show here over the course of the next couple of days to talk about the series.
But like I said earlier, I think I said it during the break. You don't have to pick the Kings for me to sit up here and be like, you know what you're talking about, or you've done your research. You could watch all the basketball in the world and look at it and say, you know what? I think the Warriors are going to beat the Kings. That's perfectly fine. The Warriors absolutely could beat the Kings. I understand why they're favorites, all this other stuff. It's just the lazy narratives as to the reasoning behind it, which tells me everything I need to know with whether or not you know what you're talking about.
So what we'll do today is we'll talk about why the Warriors, legitimate reasons that the Warriors can beat the Kings, legitimate reasons the Kings can be the Warriors. And I want to provide, I don't want to 95-7 the game this thing. I'm going to provide a little bit more context to what some of the other results. 13-2, that wasn't the most lopsided series. I thought for sure that it would be. There was a 17-0 prediction in that article today. So we've got that coming up, plus the playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra, all on the way. Phone lines remain open for you, 916-909-1320. Steve and KC, presented by Sky River Casino. Sky's the limit. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino was the place to play with over 2,000 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. If you're 21 and over, that's the place to be. We're back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Mark says, no shade, but isn't this like what Niner fans do go through when they want that 6th title? No, because I don't think the 49ers fans think they're unbeatable. Yeah, I'd be in the torture chamber the week leading up to a game, right? I may think they're going to win, but there's absolutely a path to a loss for the 49ers every single time. You talk to the Warriors fan about this series going up against the Kings, there's no path to a loss. None.
As of right now, yes. Okay. Oh, boy. Uh-oh.
3 up, 3 down. Lakers, Warriors, Kings. Pretenders. What are the Kings pretending to be? Did anybody from the Kings organization, player, whatever, say, hey, we're real contenders? Hey, you should watch out for us. We're coming for the title. The goal was simple, to get into the postseason.
ESPN really just lets anybody on their show to talk basketball. I can think of a particular individual who all of Sacramento knows who they wouldn't let on NBA shows regularly. Now they just fucking let anyone on there. I think that's part of where my disdain comes from that network. Once you see how the sausage is made, boy, it's hard to get over it. That shit is really hard to get over it. No. I think you misheard it. No. She was going in on ESPN. She wasn't talking about the King. She was that was Trysta. Go to her IG or her TikTok. That's what that's from. You only caught part of it. She was going in on ESPN, talking about what are the Kings pretending to be. I'm not talking about Rondo. No, I saw Rondo on there yesterday. Man, I wanted to wear shorts today. I step out, I was like, hey, wait a minute. Now it looks like the sun's out.
It's going to be a little chilly on Saturday, too, I think.
It's at 73.
It was like a cloudy 73 I saw.
Today or Saturday?
Saturday.
Let it be cloudy so that beam can shine brighter.
Yeah.
It was legit hot yesterday.
Oh no, it was warm. Now after the when I was at a baseball game yesterday, when that sun went down, it started getting a little breezy. I
got home.
Did you see
the tweet? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. We're back here. My partner's dying. I thought you were like saying turn something down.
No, I wasn't. I took a bite at the wrong time.
Saying turn something down. So I looked at my mic. I was like, "Am I on? What's going on here?"
No, I took a bite of my little protein bar at the wrong time. And Jesse said, "We're back." I'm like, "Okay, I can do it." And it was like, "Nope, not gonna make it." Can you go?
Back here, ESPN 1320. D'Lo and KC.
That's why we're a team.
Yeah,
That's why we're a team.
It's live, pal.
It's always live. 916-909-1320. The playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Rudy Gobert suspended tonight. Karl Anthony Towns listed as questionable for tonight's game versus the Los Angeles Lakers. We had mentioned 15 ESPN reporters and writers picked the Kings-Warriors series 13-2 in favor of the Golden State Warriors. 17 writers picked the Lakers-Wolves play-in 17-0 for the Los Angeles Lakers.
If I had to make a prediction, I'd predict the Lakers to win that one. I think they're playing
it's hard to
well.
get the image out of one player punching another and then another guy punching a wall.
Well, the guy punching the wall, that's tough. But
That's
tough. I said the guy that got sent home, they're better.
Mm-hmm.
They're better now.
Yeah.
So you can look at that as they're going to turn up because he's gone. But the news with Cat being questionable, I don't like that. And the Lakers are playing good basketball right now. I think they'll be able, with just a day in between, they'll be able to continue to ride a little bit of that momentum and beat a Timberwolves team that doesn't have their best perimeter defender, I guess you can say, in McDaniels. So
it's fair.
And Cat's got to go. So maybe Cat matches up with AD if he's able to go, but who knows how good he's going to be. So
I like the Lakers in this tournament, in this game.
Yeah.
I just like them more. Hawks and Heat tonight from Miami as well. I think I like the Heat in that. Well, I'm gonna like anyone the Hawks are playing. I can't pick the Hawks to win anything.
Yeah, I like the Heat too.
That might just be my pride more than anything else, but I just can't pick the Hawks to win. There's a lot of rumors surrounding the Atlanta Hawks.
Wow.
Everybody had, I thought and maybe I still have. Everyone was pushing out Trae Young trade proposals yesterday. I was like, wait, did I started scrolling like he didn't demand a trade? What did I miss?
Yeah.
Well, apparently Atlanta had something to say about all of that.
Whew. Well, I mean,
they'll do whatever it takes to get better.
If that means moving on from Trae, that means moving on from Trae. Now
they didn't say that, did they?
No, they didn't say
Okay.
that. They just saying
it's kind of hard to walk that one back.
Yeah, the green light to do anything.
Yeah.
I feel like Trae and Luka are like the same person right now.
Have we ever seen them on the court at the same time?
They're like the Boban commercial. Like Trae, Luka is just Trae with somebody standing on his shoulders.
Right.
But yeah, they're like the same type of situation, and I think they're the same type of end result. Now, Trae's a little different because I think with Atlanta, there's other ways that you can improve that team and that roster without trading Trae Young. You have different pieces that the Mavericks don't have. So yeah, I wouldn't move on from either of them. We talked about that with Luka. We talked about it. We talked about the pathway and what the Mavericks need to be open to looking at. But at the end of the day, I think we both were like, we wouldn't do it. It's not time yet. And I feel the same way about Trae Young. Not yet. I'd let him get at least a season with Quinn Snyder first.
That's a good call. Yeah. I'm not a big Trae Young fan, but his game is undeniable. Yeah. There's parts of his game that need to be adjusted a little bit.
Absolutely.
But his game is undeniable. As is our producer, Jesse, who got Bobby Marks' book tomorrow for 2:20.
Go.
So Bobby Marks will be with us tomorrow at 2:20 as our coverage leading into the first playoff game in 16 years continues. I'm excited for the playing games tonight. It was lonely not having basketball. We mentioned
Didn't watch baseball? That travesty.
I saw that. I saw the Grand Slam. It was like, oh,
what a joke. I think it's the Giants have lost 16 of their last 20 to the Dodgers.
I was trying to catch up on those AE biographies, those WWE biographies.
They don't have anybody I'm really interested in.
The Dusty one was okay. I like the Dusty one.
I will watch Dusty. I don't know a lot about Dusty.
I don't know how I'll give them all a shot when there's time. Like there's not going to be a lot of time starting tonight, but I'll give them a shot. We mentioned the 13-2 skew for the Warriors in voting on ESPN. We mentioned 17-0 for the Lakers over the Timberwolves. No surprise here. Of the 14 reporters that responded, all 14 have the Suns over the Clippers. All 15 that responded have the 76ers over the Nets. So 13-2 wasn't the worst. 17-0 was the worst, but the Nets and the Clippers were also shut out. And I don't know that
Damn, the Clippers got shut out. That's crazy.
This would be a really intriguing series if Paul George was there.
Oh, yeah.
He's not.
If you ask me, if Paul George was there, that would be the series to decide who's coming out of the West.
But he's not.
Yeah, so it's not.
In fact, so it's not. 916-909-1320. Javier is back. Javier, what's going on, baby?
How you doing, Mr. Braun, Mr. Caraway?
What's up, man?
Had 5 valid and most logical sense of why the Kings will win statistically. But before I got to those 5 quick points, I just wanted to make sure it was clear. Kevin Durant only pinned the Warriors because they lost that finals to LeBron. If they win that finals, they do get 2 finals without KD, and they won the one last year, so they'd have 3 instead of 4. So I understand what you're saying with they don't feel validated, but Kevin Durant said himself he would have went to San Antonio or Boston if they win that. They get back-to-back. They might not have won the one last year. They got 3 championships instead of 4. Whether you take that with any rationale, that's not here nor there. That's your opinion. I understand that, respect that.
Well,
but
I can't because you can't change the event of Kevin Durant going to the Warriors and expect all the other results to be the same. Like the title number is completely different if Kevin Durant doesn't go. There's no D'Angelo Russell. There's no Andrew Wiggins, and most importantly, there's no Kevin Durant for those 2 titles in the middle.
Well, they still get the 2 because if they win that one, they don't.
No. You're absolutely right.
2.
Yeah, they'd have 2.
2, maybe 3, but I hear what you're
Sure,
saying. Yes,
sure, yeah, absolutely. Maybe they would.
They lose 2, maybe 1, but either way, I just want to make sure.
It changes everything if they win that series and Kevin Durant doesn't go. It changes the landscape of the NBA.
Yeah, they definitely go in a position where they go back to back. They win 2, if not 3 total without it. But that's not the point because I'm going for Sacramento. That's my squad. I just wanted to make sure that's clear. But my point I was trying to make is that when I hear the radio for what they say about why the Kings are just so undermatched. Well, the Warriors are 1-20 on the road this year against any team 500 or better. So I don't see how they're going to look. We're just going to come down 80. No, you're not, because the Kings are the highest ranked offensive team efficiency-wise in the NBA at 118.6 in the history of the league. They have the NBA's rookie that broke the single-season three-point record with 204 made three-pointers. That is 200 three-pointers at that, and he's fresh out of college, University of Iowa. And they only, in all the NBA's rotational players, whether they played 1 minute, no minutes, or hundreds, thousands of minutes, 3 players in the NBA this year that have 3 players that attempted 400-plus free throw attempts in De'Aaron Fox, Harrison Barnes, Domantas Sabonis. You tell me what interior post player that the Warriors outside of Looney have that the Warriors can bring and counteract the Kings in the interior, in the paint. And on top of that, even with the 1-20 record the Warriors have on the road, they are 11-30 overall. They were 1 game from being 20 under. And they say, we got Wiggins back. And Gary Payton, he's a great defender. Wiggins is a great player. They were 14-13 with their whole start lineup in 27 games this year. So the whole small sample size, that was a third of the season. They were 1 game over 500. The Kings are going to give the Warriors fits unless they find a way to take away De'Aaron. They might double Sabonis. No one on that team is going to run, catch, and stay with Fox hip to hip.
Is that 1-20 stat right?
If that's accurate, their 1 win was Friday against the
that can't possibly be right, is it?
Against teams over 500 on the road. That's crazy if that's true.
And that it's crazier that game was Friday.
That's a trip. But look, I'll say this. I think that's part of the issue. That's part of the storyline. But I'm not going to sit up here and say that the Warriors with Steph Curry can't win a road game in this series against the Kings. They absolutely can. Mm-hmm. You know, it's like everything else I talked about. So it's a whole new ball game here, and they're feeling good about themselves. They were playing, good ball down the stretch. I bet they feel great. They feel like they absolutely can go into Sacramento, or if they played Memphis or the Lakers or whatever, go on the road and win basketball games, despite what happened during the regular season. So, and I'm not saying Javier was saying this, but I don't look at it as inconceivable that they come here. They absolutely can come in to go to One Center and win any of the games on the road. Warriors are solid. They're a good team. They're good. I don't think they're as good as they were last year to win the championship. There's a lot of disjointed stuff going on, and I don't know if they'll be able to put it back together in time. But they're still a good team, and they've got one of the greatest players we've ever seen in or close to his prime.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app or live on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 as well, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you want to watch the show, wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us as the playoff push presented by Michelob Ultra. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Continues here. And so let's stay with this, because I think some of the discussion around downplaying the Sacramento Kings has gotten a bit ridiculous at this point. And I'm curious, because I don't feel like any bad defensive team has been scrutinized the way that the Sacramento Kings have. And everything that they have accomplished this year has been completely dismissed, whether it's because people aren't watching, or it's because they're not buying De'Aaron Fox, or they're not buying Domantas Sabonis, or the combination of Fox and Sabonis, or they're not buying Mike Brown, or they're just not buying the fact that maybe the Sacramento Kings finally got this thing together. But downplaying the entire 82-game regular season, the fact that they've been in third since the middle of January, and just dismissing that as nothing and calling it a weak West because the Lakers dealt with injuries, or the Timberwolves dealt with injuries, or the Clippers have dealt with injuries, or the Suns, or whoever, is just so what we saw offensively wasn't real. So Keegan's not real. Like Keegan, look, let's just call it what it is. Keegan's not good. Kevin Huerter's not good. Indiana, who's sitting at home right now, has nothing to do. They won the trade. Is that's what's happened, right? Because like it's almost,
it's a win-win now.
It's almost to the point where people are going over, like they're working really hard to just disparage what the Sacramento Kings have done. You can intelligently lay out, look, there are some flaws in what they do defensively, and they have to hit. And this is one of the things that I fear in this upcoming series. A combination of a poor defensive outing and a poor shooting outing. That's a loss. That's a loss. I'm not as down on. I know their defense isn't good, but I know that there's moments where they can play well on defense. I know there's moments late in games where they can play well on defense. My question is, can they do that against the Golden State Warriors? Can they do that against Steph? Can they do that against Clay? Can they do that with most likely 3.5 to 4 legitimate scoring options on the floor? I don't know. We've seen them do it, but can they do it against that team? Can they do it in that moment? I have tons of concerns leading into the series. One thing that I'm absolutely dreading is Saturday. This isn't exclusive to the playoffs, the Warriors. How many times have we seen the Kings get off to a slow start? I do not want them to allow the crowd to be taken out of it 2.5 minutes into the game. How many times have we seen Jump ball, 3, missed. Transition. Missed 3. Transition. Missed 3. And then all of a sudden, it's 8-9-0. It's 10-2. It's 11-2. It's something like that. And immediately you have a crowd that has 16 years of pent-up frustration to get out on Saturday night. Immediately taken out of it.
I'll say this though, and I understand what you're saying. That's going to be on the crowd. It's going to be on the 18,000 there to not get taken out of that. If it's 10-2 and the timeout is called, when they score to make it 10-4, got to get loud all over again. Come back on defense. Like it's
and that's fine. And that's fine. Don't put your crowd in that position.
Yeah. But I mean, the 10-2 run is going to happen. It's going to happen, like at some point in the game.
And that's fine. And that's fine. Don't let it be the first thing that happens. That's because we see that a lot. I mean, we saw it, and I think it ended. I can't remember what game it was. It might have been New Orleans, where they started slow. They wound up leading by the end of the first quarter, but they started slow. They recovered pretty quickly, and then they wound up leading. And then I thought they controlled the rest of the game from the second quarter on. Just give yourself a chance to have a home court advantage. Yeah. If the Warriors are truly bad on the road, and Jesse did the number. We've got 2-20.
That was the road.
That was the number. Wow. 2-20.
Yeah, against teams over 500.
Do you have the wins? What was the other win?
It was Minnesota and Sac. Minnesota was like 19 games into the season.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I don't know. That's one concern I have into Saturday. Don't start slow. And again, I don't think they're going to start slow because it's the playoffs. I don't think they're going to start slow because it's the moment. I think they have a propensity to do that. Don't do that.
Don't do that.
As Draymond Green would say. Don't do that. And give yourself an opportunity to have a home court advantage.
Yeah, no, point well taken. Point well taken. I would love to see that place get going from the jump. And like you mentioned, the Kings giving the crowd a reason to get going from the jump and to stay popping. So I understand what you're saying. I do understand what you're all I'm saying, and I know you get it, is just you gotta, if that does happen as a fan base and people in that arena, you've got to, all right, be cheering like little Johnny at the soccer game. Any little thing. Let's go. Out of bounds.
That's Cheryl. That's Cheryl in Elk Grove when Reese is playing.
She's a loud one.
There might be some other words. Oh yeah, no. I have no doubts the crowd will be in it, and I have no doubts that the Warriors will. No matter how the Kings start, that run from the Warriors is going to happen, and Mike Brown is going to have to call timeout, and the team's going to have to respond. I'm just saying, don't let that happen 2 minutes into the game. Like, let that intensity build.
Do you think we see a Mike Brown minute and a half in time?
I hope not. I hope not.
Just to make sure 10-2 doesn't happen. Like if they leave Steph wide open for a 3, timeout.
Oh, I could see it. Oh, I could. Yeah, that's a good point.
We're not doing this today.
Yeah, I could see that on national television, a timeout 45 seconds into the game. And then Mark has to explain, because people haven't watched the Kings. Yeah, this is a trait of Mike Brown. If he sees something he doesn't like on the first possession, he'll tell him about it.
Yeah.
Then he's going to pull Keegan Murray out to the 3-point line and square up his hips and point where he's supposed to go. It's all part. It's a work at that point, because you got to do it on national television. At that point, it's just a work.
Oh man.
916-909-13.
I think it is in the chat.
What's that?
Is this who I think it is? I know that who I think it is. It is. It's that damn Kim in the chat, spamming us with Warrior stuff. I'm putting her in timeout.
So Kimberly works in our building. She's in the chat because I won't speak to her, and she's desperately trying to get me to speak to her.
Oh no! I went to put Kimberly in timeout. I put John Bull.
We're never gonna see John Bull again,
bro. Sean,
no,
bro.
He's in timeout. He's
Sean,
not blocked.
Sean. Wow. Okay. You need to chill with the time. You're not allowed to time out people anymore.
Bro, Kenny blocks people into the abyss every time. Never to be found.
He just said John Bull ain't bothering nobody. John Bull just got sent on timeout.
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry.
John Bull's on timeout for that video he posted of me months ago on Twitter. He's finally getting his comeuppance for that.
Forgive me, John.
Wow.
Forgive me, brother.
John
it's only
Bull.
5 minutes, though. It's not a block. If he was blocked, I don't know if
This
we'd be able to bring
man,
him back.
this man tried to time out Kimberly for being a Warriors fan and sent John Bull into the corner. As Soren said, he went the way of Victor.
Have we heard back from Victor ever since?
Never. We found Victor. We saved him. But
we were looking for young Cole.
We haven't. Truthfully, do Ramsey be blocking so many people? I don't even like. Someone might have pissed Ramsey off on the wrong day, and that person's just left us, and they're one of the 10 people who watch the other show.
Free John Bull. Put it on a shirt.
We're gonna get those shirts up at DLoandKC.com. Free John Bull. 25% off, by the way, at DLoandKC.com right now. No code needed. Just go to DLoandKC.com. Pick out your merchandise. Maybe we can send that money to John Bull's fund to get him out.
You know, John's probably sitting there, has no clue KC got him. He's like, God damn it, Ramsey got me.
That's probably true.
Oh, man.
As Jacob says, Kimberly, John Bull. Honest mistake, Casey.
It's all Kimberly's fault.
It's
all Kimberly's fault. Out here
just taking people out.
Taking my guy John Bull out.
I mentioned the downplaying of the Sacramento Kings has gotten a little. By the way, shout out to I'll give Kimberly this. I'm still not speaking to her until the series is over, but I'm pretty sure outside of Slammy, she's the only one in the office who's ever seen our live stream.
Yeah, shout out to.
Hey, Kimberly, show this to some of the people you executive assistant for. Whichever one you want.
John has appeared on Twitter.
Oh, John's back.
He's on Twitter.
Oh, John, we're hey, pour one out. Pour one out for John Bull. Pour out a little liquor.
Oh man. But to your point, yeah, it's getting comical.
I came across what really.
I mean, these takes are awful.
What really sparked this, besides listening to Bonte and Butcher Boy this morning, besides listening to everything going on at 95.7 The Game, I came across this article on Yahoo, and it was specifically about the Kings, and it's the offense isn't as impressive as it looks.
Oh boy, now we're at that point.
Because the entire league's offense was up. So never mind the highest offensive rating in history, never mind everything that they did, because the floor of NBA offenses has been raised. So what Sacramento is doing it's not really that impressive.
Not really that good.
It was this morning where I was like, okay, we're really working hard to disparage.
I don't understand why they do it either. I don't understand, and you started to touch on it a little bit. I don't understand why it's so hard for anybody to say Kings are pretty good. Is anybody saying I'm predicting them to win the championship? This is the greatest team since the 73-9 Warriors? No. Why is it so hard to be like, it's a good team?
It's a 73-9 Warriors team that didn't win a championship. What kind of greatness is it if you don't actually win a championship?
Put that on a t-shirt.
I only said that because our guest is waiting for us. He's playing with his baseball glove. He's just beating the hell out of his baseball glove. That's Butcher Boy Joe Shasky.
Can he play right field?
Well,
can he play in the outfield?
Well, that's not a conversation.
I play shortstop, Kenny.
Oh, okay. Well, I like BC, so maybe.
Well, I'll also play center field though. Back when I had, it depends. If we're going 40 and over on my 40 and over team, the Travel Olympic Club team, I am the shortstop or center field, depending on if it's 3 outfielders or not. On the young man team, I play on the young man team where like everyone's fresh out of college. This is when you know you're old. I got relegated to first base, dog.
Okay, calm down. That's the position I played. We'll step out. Butcher Boy is here. Butch ain't worried at all about the Sacramento Kings.
No.
So we'll talk to Butch about the Warriors' greatness and about how the Warriors are going for title number 5.
Yeah.
We'll talk about how this series is over in 2.5. We'll do all of that with our guy, Butcher Boy Joe Shasky of the Morning Roast when we return here on D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. What's up, Butch?
Hey,
Butcher
guys.
Boy, my
How you guys doing?
We won't talk about this on the show, so let me ask you now. I mean, the Giants are awful.
Let me phrase it this way to you, Casey. How would you define what they've rolled out there? Like what you watch that team, what are they defined by?
Being pedestrian.
I would say strikeouts, right? Lots of strikeouts, minimal defense. They've got one pitcher who we all like, but like is probably miscast as he's not an ace. Like there's only so many aces. And they're just boring. They look like this is the way I would describe their philosophy. Remember when the Memphis Grizzlies had the grindhouse version and the whole league flipped towards spacing and pace and stretch shooters, and they're still trotting out Zebo, who we all love, as a 4. You know what I mean? Like that's what the Giants are. Jock, yeah, Craw playing shortstop. Craw can't move.
No,
Craw can't move, dog.
Craw got to be like 36, right?
Yeah. If you're coming up on my age, you're getting up there, doggy. I mean, the shortstop's a young man's position. The shift made it to where you could fool people and you don't have to move left and right. Wilmer Flores, God bless him, has no position. They've got 6 defensive first basemen, 6 catchers, right? Like, does anyone play every day?
So this team, and bless their heart because those guys are out there trying, but this team's awful and uninspiring
and boring, which is the worst brand of baseball to beat. And if you look around, I'm like a super baseball dork, but like you look around the league, everyone's got the Royals. They just played the Royals. They got a kid, Bobby Witt Jr. He's on the USA team. All right. He didn't even play for Team USA. They got Salvador Perez. He hit 47 home runs, right? The Giants have no one that anyone else is coveting.
They couldn't even was it Joey Bart couldn't make the team. They haven't been able to bring up Hunter Bishop. You know, you can't even get it. He went to college. He can't play yet.
I know.
It's not like he's 19. The guy went to college.
Bro, Kuminga has 2 years of NBA experience, and he's so raw. Like, I don't even know what he'll be. He's 20. Luciano's 2 full years older than him.
Jeez.
And he hasn't even sniffed AA. What?
Is it Luciano's that old?
He's 22.
Come on, man.
I know.
Come on, man.
By the way, Juan Soto's 23. Just to give you an idea, has a World Series belt.
Damn.
Like the game has never been younger, and the Giants have never been older.
Farhan, he got to go.
Oh, bro, come on. I hate to be this guy. Can you do you need to be, Patrick Willis to understand how to coach X's and O's? No, I'm not saying that. But to be the GM and you never played Little League baseball, like literally never, that to me is like wild to me. I think Taylor for Memphis is the only NBA coach without college experience, college playing experience. Right. I'm not saying you got to be a great player, but on some level, you got to understand what it is. How the hell, what does he know about laying off a 3-2 slider? But the spreadsheet tells me it should be the exact same at bat. It drives me nuts.
Well, when you have the VORP of the
exactly
6/3 equation, it'll show you that if you lay it off on a Tuesday, that on Wednesday you'll be more apt to get the result that you're looking for.
Kobe was terrible in the fourth quarter if you actually look at the numbers. Like, that's what the same data dorks. It's like, yeah, you're telling me when there's tighter, better defenses, guys shot significantly less better in the fourth quarter? Wow. Holy moly. That is novel. The data guys drive me nuts.
Well, where's Jared? Jared did say this. Shout out to my guy, Jared. But your boy's the ops until Niner season. For me, it's Giants season. For me, it's just after basketball season. We connect on baseball, but Butch is going to be watching baseball. I don't know how much I'm watching these sorry Giants this year, but we'll reconvene for Niner.
You're not alone. You're not alone, dude. You're not alone.
They haven't experienced these terrible attendances yet because they got the home opener weekend, Dodgers series this one. Who they play? Who's the next series where it's going to look nasty?
They got Detroit, and then they go the Miami Marlins.
They're going to be putting up River Cat numbers.
bro. Well,
Detroit series.
I mean, right now the River Cats are more exciting with Casey Schmidt.
Oh, Detroit.
So what is that? Nipsey Hussle shirt? What is that? What I can't see.
That's Nip and Jay, the Rock Nation brunch a few years ago.
Oh, okay. I can't even. It looked like a white guy. I couldn't tell.
Oh no,
it's the lighting.
Oh,
bad lighting in the Odyssey studio. That's all it is. Hang on, Butch. Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game with us. Do want to make quick mention, two things real quick. One, John Bull's free.
John Bull. I apologize, John Bull. Yeah. Can I give him a token of my like an air horn or something like that?
No, you don't get air horns. You put John Bull in jail.
It was a mistake.
Well, you did it. You were so eager to get Kimberly that you put John Bull in jail.
That damn Kimberly.
Now, as we welcome in Butch, let's actually, Butch, before we even get started, let's just go ahead and run this back one time for everybody who may have missed it yesterday.
You ready for this?
Fonte.
You ready for this?
I have to admit.
What?
It's cute that they think that they have a chance. It is. It's pretty cute.
Pretty cute.
We're not losing to the Kings. The Warriors dynasty is not they haven't lost to a Western Conference opponent ever, okay? And during this Curry run, it feels like. And they're going to lose to the Kings in the first round.
Hey, man. Frisco Shasky appearing on a Monday morning.
They
I love
are adorable.
it. I love Frisco Shasky, San Francisco.
They are adorable.
Butcher Willard out here. They're adorable.
Butch. Hey, first of all, I'll just say this. On behalf of Kings fans, thank you for letting us play the Warriors. Thank you for giving us this opportunity here in the first round to rub up against greatness, the dynasty that is the Golden State Warriors.
We're so honored.
Guys, can we just let's have a realistic conversation here, like on the real.
Okay.
Sports ain't that serious. Number one, you know what I mean? Like it's supposed to be for fun. That's number one. Number two, if you can't be an arrogant Warrior fan, given this run that they've been on, then no team is ever allowed to be arrogant in the history of sports. I mean, what's the point of having FU money? This is what they are right now. If you never say FU to somebody, I don't even know if I'm allowed to say that on your radio. But I apologize.
I've never heard this show before, have you?
I mean, but like seriously, like Niner fans, we've been arrogant. We haven't won anything in 30 years. Okay, nothing. The Cowboys haven't won since the 90s. One of the most insufferable fan bases. The Yankees won championship back in 2009. It's been forever, and yet they're insufferable as a fan base. Oh, the Celtics. Dog, the Celtics won a bunch of championships with 8 teams in the league. Like they have been pedestrian since then. If you can't be an arrogant Warrior fan right now, then you're not allowing anyone to be arrogant ever.
So is it arrogance or insecurity? Because the Warriors fan base strikes me as insecure.
They whine more than any.
And I'm curious.
I've never won in my life.
You're significantly closer to it than we are. Is that out of pocket? Is there?
I mean, Damian, this isn't just a 1 championship team. This is a 4 championship team. And what I mean by that is that the level of bandwagonry is unreal, like unbelievable. Because I think I make a discernment. I was talking about it today on the show. There's 12-year-olds who only know winning. I'm coaching a 12U baseball team right now. I go, Warriors, Kings. So what do you think all these Warrior fan kids who love Steph Curry, sweep. Oh, we're going straight back to the finals. All they know is winning. That's all they know. Yet you talk to someone like me who wandered the desert for 17 years, praying for 1 All-Star, praying for 1 playoff appearance, which we ended up getting with the We Believe situation. And it was misery. So for us to win 1 was unbelievable. To win 2 and have Durant come, are you kidding me? And then he leaves. And quite honestly, if you would have said, Joe, gun to the head, are they going to win another one? I'd probably say, no, they're not. And then they get that one last year, which was completely out of left field. I mean, come on, man. If you can't ride the inner tube of life right now and be riding high, then you never can be. But yes, are there whiners? Are there bandwagonry to the highest degree? I will not deny it at all. This is I thought the Giants had bandwagon runners when they won the 3 championships. Nothing like this, because there's Steph fans, there's Warrior fans, and then there's like bandwagonry. I just want to be a part of a winner fans. Like it's a weird. And then you obviously have your diehard Warrior fans. So from the outside looking in at us, hell yeah, we look like a bunch of weirdos.
I wouldn't even say weirdos. You guys just whine a lot. Yes,
Well, that's
you talk about nobody picks you.
facts.
They've been picked to win every series since 15 by damn near 95% of the people who make predictions. They're on they lead SportsCenter damn near every night. they're predicted to win
But
all the
they
time.
should.
You were the favorites in the West. I think this year, one of the favorites, or
they were horrible this year.
Position, whatever the case may be. They're one of the favorites every time. Yet we out of here. Steph don't get no calls.
Well, he doesn't.
Don't get no respect. This disrespect to the Warriors dynasty all the time. How does this happen? What are you guys watching?
Well, because I also think it coincides with the LeBron era. And so there's an entire faction of Warrior fans that are jealous of LeBron, right? And that's just facts. Like, let's just call it what it is. Like, a lot of Warrior fans can't admit how great LeBron's been. Like, I have no problem saying, like, LeBron's one of the greatest players ever. How is that a egregious statement? But you ask, Warriors, he made us lose the 2016. No, you lost the 2016 finals. Iggy got hurt. Bogut got hurt. Draymond's dummy got himself suspended because of actions prior and putting himself in that position. And you were tied with 2 minutes to go, and you got out-executed by Kyrie and LeBron. That's why you lost. But yet there's all of these easy scapegoats in someone like LeBron. The other part of this is Casey, I would say this. I know me, not a Patriot fan. I gave the Patriots the benefit of the doubt, even well beyond they deserve the benefit of the doubt. Oh, it's the Patriots. It's Belichick. It's Brady. We did the same exact thing with the Spurs. Oh, it's Duncan. It's Popovich. You can't count them out. And it feels like to us, when we listen to all the talking heads on the national TV, they always doubt us. At least it feels that way. Now, I know from your perspective, it probably doesn't. Perkins has been ripping us for years. Stephen A's had opportunities where he's been on the bandwagon, jumped off of it. Charles Barkley hates the Warriors. So there are very specific people.
You guys throw stuff at him.
Well, come on. I can't defend that. You don't throw stuff at people. I'm with you there. But like, look, there is, and also because it's not the Laker brand, I think a lot of people are like, well, wait a minute. You guys aren't entitled to having championships. You're not one of the chosen organizations. And so I do think there's pushback.
Butch, how do you compare this team, this year's Golden State Warriors team, to last year's?
Last year's, they none of them played together in the final 2 months. Clay returned. Dre was out with a back injury. Steph was out with the knee or foot injury at the time. And so they were off to such a great start. They were unbelievable to start the season. And then it was kind of like, something's going on with Clay. Curry's out. Draymond's out. Let's just see what happens in the playoffs, right? I think this is their most vulnerable team that they've had since they won the championship in 2015, that first championship. Heading into the playoffs, this is the poorest they've performed as a team during the regular season. Just my humble opinion. I think the Wiggins absence, 45 games missed, and not just because of the recent absence of whatever was happening with his family, the injury, which I didn't see coming. He has been an Iron Man for this team. He was their second best player, I thought, in the entire playoffs last year. The up and down season of Jordan Poole, him not being Curry and being scrutinized left and right, which is ridiculous. Draymond punching a teammate. Clay being, let's call it what it is, a guy who didn't play all during the summer, partied his butt off, came in out of shape, chucking shots, and he got better and played really well. There's been no 2-week stretch where they've been great. I can't say that through the other 7, 8, 9 years prior. And so that's why I'm looking at this team. I'm saying, I think on paper they look good, but my eyeballs are telling me they haven't played a week's worth of good basketball all year.
You guys asked a great question yesterday on the show when you said, is there anybody in the Bay Area that thinks the Warriors are going to lose this series? And I think it's 100% nobody in the Bay Area thinks the Warriors are losing to the Kings. As you said, the Kings.
We're adorable.
The Kings.
We're adorable.
Come on, you guys like that.
How many of those people do you think actually watch the Kings this year? It's just going off the name. It's the Sacramento Kings. So there's no way you can lose to the Sacramento Kings. I don't think a lot of them have watched 3 Sacramento Kings games this year.
Casey, the reality, and Bonte kind of gets mad at me. The reality is more people watch the AL and NL LCSs in baseball than watch the Eastern and Western Conference Finals by the Nielsen numbers. Now you can believe whatever you want. So basketball has become very regional, very much like college football. I think that the majority of people that, not you guys, but most people that are tapped in, they watch their team. Like my dad, for example. My dad just watches the Warriors. So whoever's playing the Warriors, his impression of Team X is whatever he saw against the Warriors. Nobody's tapping into, I mean, maybe the occasional TNT game or whatever when there's nothing else on. Nobody's tapping into ESPN. That's why all the women's tournament games were destroying the normal NBA schedule this year. I don't think that's exclusive to Warrior fans, but I do believe there's an even higher proportion amount of fans who refuse to watch any other product during the regular season, but they're Warriors, because this team's setting for the last 7 or 8 years has been wake me up in the playoffs. You guys reference it, 73 wins, but you didn't win the championship. Like that has been a sentiment, whether fair or not. Like everything, my mother-in-law loves the Warriors, loves everything about them. All she cares about is as long as they get in the playoffs. Who cares about the regular season? As long as they get in the playoffs. So did anyone watch the Kings? KC, outside of the 4 times the Warriors played them? No.
I think that's true not only for the people in the Bay Area, but for
Bristol.
people in Bristol, New York, and LA.
100%.
They have not watched. Also, Butch just confirmed I could never work in San Francisco, because if you're talking AL, NL, man, please, I'll sit at home and
Damian,
you watched the league championship series.
Yeah, but I think Butch's overarching point was they're more interested in baseball than anything. Like, man, that's a hard pass for me.
I think a lot of people feel your way. A lot of, like, we do YouTube numbers, and the NBA YouTube numbers are through the roof. But I think the NBA fan, it's weird. The NBA fan doesn't even like they like Giannis. They like Kobe, or did like Kobe. They like specific players. Like there are LeBron fans. You know what I mean? That's all they do is root for LeBron.
That's why I don't agree that NBA is regional, like that, because of what you just said right there. I think there's Giannis fans everywhere. There's LeBron fans everywhere. There's Steph fans everywhere because of what they mean to the game. I think that's the attraction of basketball right now, like the stars.
I agree with that, but so here's an example. I went to the Bucks Saturday night game. My buddy who has season tickets, he split them up with 5 different people. We only get 1 or 2 opportunities to see Giannis a year. And this was the one time he came to Chase Center. And I know you guys have felt this with other stars. And he sat. And it was a great game. And Steph won the game. And it went into overtime. And it was amazing. Might have been the win of the year for the Warriors, quite honestly. We didn't even get to see Giannis. You know what I mean? So it's like the way the load management is and everything like that. The Warriors have been one of the top teams when it comes to load management. Curry missed 20. I mean, he was hurt, but he missed 27 games this year. Iggy played like 7 games. He had more podcast minutes on one podcast than he had minutes actually in an NBA game this year. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a league-wide problem. I never know if Kawhi's going to play. Do you? Like, I got no clue. Load management is real. And so I do think there's a lot of the casual observers who would tune in. Oh, Giannis ain't playing? Click.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hear you, man. Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, Morning Roast, 95.7 The Game. Our mortal enemies
look at
for the next 2 or 3 weeks.
Look at you doing an old school radio reset.
I got to let the people know. There could be somebody just getting in their car.
You was definitely listening to the Morning Roast this morning.
That's Bonte's job.
Yeah, no, Bonte the other day, I was like, oh, man, I literally never do that. Like, never. Bonte. That's why Bonte a professional. That's why he's on TV with.
You actually do it. And you don't even pay attention.
He's on TV with Gucci shoes. And
you do it all the time. You just don't.
Do I?
Yeah. He does it all the time.
Okay.
You don't even pay
All
attention.
right. Whatever.
Anyway,
maybe Bonte just sounds more professional when he does it.
With your boy Joe Shasky. This series, man. This series.
Mm-hmm.
I know a lot of people don't think that the Kings have a shot in this series. What about the Warriors? Besides, let's just talk about the team, not the lineage, not the resume.
Mm-hmm.
What about this Warriors gives so many people confidence that they can get this done?
Well, let me go in the other direction, because you're going to hear everyone's going to say, oh, Chip, they just did it in June last year. That's what you're going to hear. I mean, it's always going to be Steph Curry. They did it in June. Let me give you some of the things that I was identifying today. Like, if I were to make the argument that the Warriors are their most vulnerable, which I believe they are at their most vulnerable. Steph Curry has been in and out of the lineup all year. Now, he's played good basketball this year when he's out there, all right? But he's been in and out of the lineup all year. Jordan Poole, when he starts, he averages 5 to 8 more points, depending on what month it is, per game. Okay, off the bench, it's been hit and miss, all right? He's been a worse shooter, more turnovers. His discernment isn't as good. Klay Thompson has been erratic the last month. He was great in February. He was really good in March, great in January. The last I'd say 3-4 weeks, erratic would be the best way that I would describe it. If you took 4 games out of this year, just 4 of his games, his shooting percentage is actually the worst of his career. But he had some unbelievable heat stroke type moments where it elevated all of his shooting stats. He went like 12 of 13 one day in a from 3-point land. For example, I don't think he's playing great defense. I think he's more of a stretch 4 at this point in his career than a 2 guard. Wiggins hasn't played at all in months, right? They've got 2 bigs, Draymond and Looney. And if Sabonis gets either one of them in foul trouble, who are you going to throw? Like, JMG? Like JaMychal Green off the bench? Do you trust Kuminga, who's more of like a wing defender at this point than a post defender? So like and then the big elephant in the room is, how are you going to slow down point of attack defense when they get Curry or Clay or whomever the small guard is, Jordan Poole, in a pick and roll situation, going downhill, staying in front of De'Aaron Fox? They're going to say Dante DiVincenzo and GP2 will be out there. But there's going to be a lot of overlapping time when it's Jordan Poole and Steph Curry out there. How are they going to stay in front of De'Aaron Fox? And then once you get dribble drive penetration, you guys know ball kicks around, boom, you got shooters. So they've been very poor at scrambling and help defense. They don't have rim protection. Offensively, they turn the ball over left and right. So these are just some of the things that I see as any one of them can be fatal flaws in a playoff game. You guys know that. So I know I'm rambling here, but like, I've watched this team my entire life. And as much as I want them to be the same team they were last year, the energy's been a little off. It just has. There's been moments where they've been great. They haven't put together. If they won against the Kings, that would be their best 2-week stretch all year. Think about that.
What would you attribute this road home split thing to? It's impossible to talk about the Warriors in this series without talking about that, because it really is bizarre. Like 11 wins on the road out of 41 games is just stunning.
So the first 10, I think they were 0-10 to start the season on the road. And like 6 of the first 10 were 1-possession games with like less than 15 seconds to go that they smoked. I mean, just straight up smoked. Clay was horrific in the first month of the season. Horrific. And you got to understand, at the beginning of the year, they went on 2 giant road trips immediately after the punch. Like this season, you cannot not bring up the punch. And one thing that I keep thinking about is like, I go human element here. Okay, when you're at home, you get off of the practice, y'all are going your own way. When you're on the road, you're on the bus together. You're hanging out a lot more on the road. You're actually together much more than you would be on a homestand. And I really do think that there was some ironing out. Kevon Looney had to come out and basically say, like, Draymond's got to, and this is Kevon who says nothing. Draymond's got to earn his trust back in the locker room. I just think the whole season at the beginning of the year was put under a slippery carpet when the punch ended up happening. And then you got contract extensions for Wiggins. He hurts his abductor strain. Contract extension for Jordan Poole. He's playing off. And Draymond Green doesn't get a contract extension. Like there were some money things going on, which is ironic because Draymond got mad at Kevin Durant for doing the exact same thing he's doing right now, which is not committing to the team. It's hilarious.
Yeah. So do you think they've ironed everything out?
On the road, no. But the way it works in the playoffs is different because there's no back-to-backs, which I think we overrate the whole back-to-back thing, but there's no back-to-backs. And the other thing is you just have to win 1 or 2 on the road. 1, and you obviously have secured back home court advantage. They've won 27 consecutive, at least 1 game in 27 consecutive series on the road. That's crazy. At least 1 game. So they have had different times where they've been on the road. OKC comes to mind, for example, where they had a huge win last year in Boston. 2 big wins on the road, game 4, game 6, the clincher, huge games on the road. And those were crazy hostile environments. So I don't want to say it doesn't matter, guys. They've been poor on the road because they've earned that. But it feels like more team than any other team I've ever watched. The regular season is irrelevant for them because of their age and their resume.
Real quick, a lot of people talk about the Warriors. If they get that 1 win on the road, they get home court advantage and all this other stuff. Another thing they're overlooking, we're talking about the Kings, the best road team in the Western Conference, 25-16. Only the Clippers had more than 20 wins on the road this year. They're also, what's the stat? Top 10 defensive team on the road.
Yeah, top 10 defensively, top 10.
For whatever reason, they don't defend at home.
Interesting.
But on the road, they're a top 10 defensive team. And that's things I don't think people knew or know about this Kings team going into this series.
Interesting. That's very interesting. The other part I would add is, guys, they had so many stars missing so much time. Wiggins, Draymond, and Steph Curry, that role players playing on the road, they just don't play as well. And they've played so many role players in prominent roles. Dante DiVincenzo started more than half the games this year. That was not on the spreadsheet to start the season. You know what I mean? Like and that's not it. I'm not making excuses. I'm giving you explanations on why they were poor. And just their decision-making down the stretch was not good in these games because they're trying to play certain lineups at the beginning of the year that you're never going to see. Like GP2 wasn't even on this team until the trade deadline. And then he was hurt for a month because of the core muscle injury. He's a guy they really trust in the fourth quarter. Kuminga was MIA for 3 months. He's another guy who's really come on. I still don't trust him to the level of the other vets, but he was unplayable earlier this year.
How do you think Mike Brown factors into all of this? A lot of people want to point to Mike as a potential. He's the X factor. Like, he knows that team. He knows the weaknesses. He knows the strengths. Do you buy into any of that at all?
A little. I love Mike Brown. Like, I really do. I mean, but like, Casey, you've been in a huddle where you know exactly what a team's going to do, and a guy waits just a split second, and because a player doesn't execute, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter that I knew that you were going to the low block on this inbound play because player X literally did the thing I told him not to do, and he went out there and did it. I do think it gives them slight advantages, especially on the inbound plays. The Warriors are great when it comes to these inbound plays. They like to score on the inbound plays, underneath the basket, side inbound, things like that. I do think that takes away some easy buckets from them, but their plays, they've been running the same plays for 10 years. Like, I don't think that the plays are necessarily tendencies. Absolutely. For example, everyone's been doing this as of recent. I expect them to dare Draymond Green to hit a couple outside shots. I don't know why anyone would guard Draymond Green out on the 3-point line. Like, you're allowing him to either dribble by you or you're sucking a defender out of the middle of the key and opening up the floor. Like, to me, I would pack the paint and treat him like Tony Allen. And I'm sure Mike Brown's thinking the same way.
You getting up here, Butch?
I got a little league game that's going to last forever on Saturday. Saturday's out of the question. No, is it going to be Monday or Tuesday? What do you guys think?
It's going to be Tuesday. I think
it's going to be Tuesday.
That's going to be the extra day, not the back end, right? So
I'll probably come up for the game 5 clincher.
Thursday, game 5 clincher.
Okay.
For our game 5,
for
our game 5 clincher. You want to see? You want to salute the Dubs one last time?
He wants
game 5.
He wants to see the downfall of the dynasty in person.
Hey, can I?
Hey,
it might be the end. This might be the last run for the Warriors. Draymond could opt out, obviously become a free agent. Poole, Wiggins, their contracts go down a little. For Wiggins, goes up a lot for Jordan Poole. They could make trades. Clay's got 1 year left. Bob Myers, the GM, free agent. Steve Kerr wants another contract extension. Like, there are a lot up in the air. But let me just say this. I know I've been teasing and poking Kings fans. The reality is this. Real Warrior fans know the plight of what Kings fans have gone through, and what you have gone through was even worse than what we went through because you had 1 foot out of the state. I mean, you guys were going to move the team, and then obviously they kept the team there. They were pitiful for so long. How many different head coaches, guys? How many different guys have you drafted in the lottery where it hasn't worked? I know the feeling. So for you guys to finally get to this point and the way that you did it with a young ascending guard in De'Aaron Fox, it feels very Warrior-ish. And then you made a great trade to go get Sabonis. We did that when we got David Lee. We did that when we brought in Iguodala. Like, there are certain players who are better than what other people perceive them to be because they fit your culture, your team, and they elevate others. I have tremendous respect for what they've done. But guys, you're playing the freaking dynasty team, all right? So you think we're going to go down in ashes? If you're coming for the king, you best not miss because we have got an army behind us.
Y'all gonna be Ric Flair.
I thought he was
gonna be Shawn Michaels.
I thought he was turning babyface. I thought he was turning babyface there at the end, but he did the old Mark Henry retirement promo where he got everyone behind him and then picked up John Cena and gave him the world's strongest slam. I see you, Butch. That's good promo work right there, Butch.
Damian tweeted it out the other day. Shawn Michaels, Ric Flair. I love you. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Super kick. Bang.
Boys,
Warriors lying on the ground, lip quivering.
The reality, this is great for all of us. Sacramento, my sister moved up there. I know there's this whole gentrifying thing that's going on all across the country and people taking homes from others who are locals. But like, the reality is the Bay and Sacramento are very much connected. And I'm glad we're finally getting this series. And hopefully it doesn't divide homes. Casey, I'm talking to your mom, and tell Mattson and Guru they better pick a damn side because I know that they've got some King's blood in them and it pisses me off.
Love you, Butch. We appreciate it.
Bye, boys.
Friday,
Thank
man.
you.
Get in here Friday, bro.
Yeah, Friday. You and Bonte. Both
I'm
of
ready.
you in here. All right.
I'm ready.
Got you.
I'll have my glove done by then. See you, boys.
Appreciate you. That's Butcher Boy Joe Shasky right there, skipping his nap to come hang out with us. And the hits keep rolling as Trysta Krick joins us next, top of the hour. Medilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Here returns on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Hey, hit that mic real quick. So the extra seating the other day. It's where they have next to the media area where it's normally standing room that keeps going. They put little tables down there. So they're gonna have probably another 20 people over there or whatever.
I'm gonna go grab my juice because I'm sure we're gonna go long.
Stephen Brown, stop hating on me, man. 5'9", 140. Stop hating on me, big dog. Stephen Brown, man, we're Steve. You gotta come to one of the watch parties, dog. Gotta meet Stephen, man. You gotta come to one of the watch parties. You gotta pull up, man. Stephen Brown been rocking with us for a long time, man. So you got to pull up on us, bro. Jason, appreciate it, man. Hey, next time you go to the NAACP Awards, man, let me get a plus one, man. Let me get in there. Let me get on that red carpet. All that bravado. Jason, oh yeah, no, Jason, I remember it was like at the front, right? It was and he was telling me about the Warriors. I remember you, Jason. That's right. All right, shout out to you, big dog. Shout out to you. Yeah. Oh, we gotta hey, Coach JT, man. I'm gonna put you in touch with somebody, see if there's something that we can done. We might be booked up, but if the Kings make a run, we might have some extra spots, man. So yeah. Will do, Jason. Will do. Extra medium, bro. This is come on, man. Stop playing, man. You guys know I'll be having my stuff, a little snug, man. You know that. I don't think Freddie Gibbs is gonna be there, but 50 should be there, man. Vivek need to make a call at 50. This is how we do. Back here on D-Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Kenny Caraway, Damian Barley, in the building as well. Look, man, it's already Tuesday, and I'm ready, man. I'm ready for this game. I'm ready to just see what it looks like. One of the biggest things for me about this whole thing is it's all like speculation. And we haven't really seen these two teams play. And even if we did, it's the regular season. Like we don't, it's all brand new for the Kings. Yeah, but it's all brand new for the Kings as well. Like the playoffs, so Fox, all this other stuff. It's a lot of speculation. And I think we'll have a little bit better. I know we'll have a little bit better idea of what the series may look like after game one. That's not going to keep me from making a prediction. I think the Kings are going to win, but it's just, it's a hunch. It's a hunch. So I'm anxious to see this game.
Did you see this list of most viewed players on NBA social this season?
No, it's number one Austin Reeves.
No. Number one is LeBron James by a lot. 1.3 billion video views for the Kings. But it's what you put out there also. So that should be LeBron gets a lot of videos out there.
I don't
of course,
have any Trey Lyles videos out there.
881 million for Steph. Luka follows Ja. Number 5, Giannis. Tatum is 6th. Kyrie at 374 million is 7th. 8. Victor Wembanyama. 350 million.
On the, they got a Victor Wembanyama section on NBA.
I did. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Number 9. And this is kind of in the category, no offense to this brother, of one of those things is not like the other. Number 10 is Nikola Jokic. Number 9 is Jordan Poole. I'm guessing that doesn't count one particular video that Jordan Poole was in. I'm not trying.
I hope not.
I'm not trying to be funny, but it just doesn't. What did I miss?
Yeah,
he doesn't fit on this list.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, he's fun
gonna,
to watch.
I'm gonna venture.
I like watching him. I like watching him play.
Gonna venture into the quote tweets here just to see if
they're gonna be talking about him playing in front of baddies.
Oh, there's that. Yeah, there's that. 1.3 billion views for LeBron James. That's really incredible.
And he would have 1.3 maybe anyway. But the breaking the record, he probably got a nice little rub off that too.
Yeah, no doubt. 916-909-1320. Let's get Matthew in here. Trista's going to join us at the top of the hour, by the way. Matthew, what's happening?
What's going on, guys? Thanks for taking the time on my phone call.
You bet.
What's up, man?
Look, I don't want to call out any names. Tass Mellis on No Dunks talking this morning about the Kings. And they're talking about the Kings Warriors series and seeing like what to watch for. And Tass Mellis is talking about Gary Payton II is just like a guy to watch for off the bench. He's going to be fresh to guard De'Aaron Fox. They didn't even mention Davion Mitchell on the other side. And going to what you talk about, Casey, just about like these casuals. Like, I mean, I understand like Tass Mellis, the national media voice, but just casuals and just like watching the Kings, man. Like Davion Mitchell, I think he's better on-ball defender than Gary Payton II. He'll be as fresh off the bench to guard Poole, Clay, or Curry. But again, just talking about these casuals, man, it's ridiculous how Davion got no love on that topic. So just talking about you guys, see if you guys want to hear anything about Gary Payton and Davion and how they're in the same tier or just anything like that. So thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you, Matthew.
Love, man. And I hesitate to say it because I like Gary Payton II.
Mm-hmm.
I like the way he plays and I like what he brings to a team. But and they really talking about Gary Payton II like he's his father. Like he's a good ball player. He's a good ball player. I don't believe Gary Payton II is getting you an NBA championship. They missed him for half of the playoff run last year and were able to win a championship. Like he's cool. Like he's a cool ball player. The way they talk about Gary Payton II is the way. Imagine us talking about Davion Mitchell that way. Like, oh, Steph ain't gonna be able to do nothing because Davion out there. Defense about to be on click clack. Like, no, Davion is cool. He's a cool ball player, really good defender, but he's not like somebody that can't.
He plays behind De'Aaron Fox for a reason. He's good. He has his role on this team.
If Gary Payton II was that good, he'd start over Clay, who doesn't play much defense at all.
And I mean, I like Gary Payton a lot too. He was just a free agent.
Right.
Literally just a free agent. He landed a nice little deal, wound up back in Golden State. But he's a solid ball player. One thing Matthew brought up there that I do find is interesting because I think there's two different sides to this conversation, and it's how fresh Gary Payton's legs are going to be, how fresh Andrew Wiggins is going to be.
Mm-hmm.
And you are right, but they're, you can go to the store and get an avocado that's too fresh. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like that Joker's rock solid. You can't cut into it for a few more days.
Right.
You could go get a fresh banana. That banana's green. I ain't touching that. I ain't doing nothing with that. The thing's going to stay there until it turns the perfect color of yellow.
Yeah, it's not ready.
You have these guys who haven't been playing a lot of basketball. They could just wind up being hard avocados right now or green bananas. It's great that they're back in name, but they're not ready to play yet. Or they are ready to play, but they're not ready to fit into the chemistry of the team. They're not ready to fit in the flow of the team. I believe they'll get there. I believe they will be. I don't believe the mixing of these guys is going to be that difficult, especially with this amount of time off. I know we're talking games. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Golden State Warriors aren't sitting on their ass right now.
Right.
I'm going to guess they're at practice right now. I'm going to guess that they're working. If they're not practicing today, they're certainly practicing tomorrow. Like he's getting run out there with his guys. I understand games are different. I understand playoff games are different, but these guys aren't new to each other. Gary Payton II isn't just some guy who came over at the trade deadline.
Right.
He was there before. He's got a feel for this. But I do wonder, man, what's this look like? What is all of these fresh legs? What do all of these fresh legs look like? Because with fresh legs maybe comes a different level of wind. Right. And one thing that's going to be tested against Sacramento is your win, because Jordy said it best. Yeah, no, we understand the playoffs are they move a little slower. Those games move a little slower. We don't intend to slow down.
Mm-mm. So
and when you talk about those early timeouts, you talk about when timeouts are called, when those TV timeouts are called. I think Mike Brown, Jordy, Jay, Doug, they're all going to be reminding them, push, push, push. Because not only are you attempting to wear their ass out tonight, you want them to be feeling this moment in Game 4.
I look at the Warriors respectfully as the old guys. Run those old guys out of the building. See if they can keep up. If they can keep up, tip your hat. You guys are in great condition. And legs didn't get tired, didn't wear down. That's why you are the defending champions. You tip your hat. I want to see it.
Do you think the Kings can be baited into something?
No, I really don't.
You don't think they could be baited into we know. You know what I mean. Can they be baited into a shootout? Like, we know the Kings like to shoot threes.
Mm-hmm.
We know that's a big part of what they do. But there are times where they've got to work. Maybe we've seen it before. Shots don't fall quick. Like, let's work on something else. Let's penetrate to the basket. But Steph hits a three.
Mm-hmm.
Let's work the inside. Let's get to Domas. You get a basket right there. Clay hits a three. You get a basket on the other. Steph hits a three. And you're trading twos and threes over and over and over and over again. With a team that's capable of shooting threes like Sacramento is, can they be baited into a shootout?
I mean, I don't think they can be baited because that's what they do. It's not like if that happened, they're not getting baited into it. They playing their game. And if somebody is better at their game than them, tip your hat. But that goes to what we always talk about, or what I always talk about. And I probably push that number up a little bit to 15. Got to get your 12 to 15 threes in. You have to. That's what you do. That's how you your makes. That's how you win. So when you get into the shootout, that's playing into your game. And once again, if somebody can play your game better than you tip your hat. But this is what you do. They're not a dump. They do it enough so they can, like, that's what makes their offense next level is they get in the paint. They get it to Sabonis, Fox with the mid-range. They do it enough, but the core of what they do is being able to spread that floor. So Jason Jones was talking about it on the J Street Vibes podcast. That's right.
Wow.
Yeah. And he talked
just
about,
let me go ahead and
he was talking about how he feels like it's a good matchup for the Kings. And one of the things that he talked about was, what do we hear this whole time getting ready for the playoffs? Like, once again, is it Uchi Wally Wally or is it one mic?
Never found out.
When the playoffs get here, the game slows down.
Yeah, it does.
And we don't know. We know the Kings can get up and down, but can they score when the game slows down? And we kept saying, yeah, they probably will. Warriors ain't gonna slow the game down.
Mm.
They're gonna play Kings basketball. And the Kings are gonna be right at home, getting up and down the floor, getting wide open looks, shooting the ball, having a free flowing offense, and more than maybe any other team they would have played in the playoffs. They play into what the Kings want to do. It's a good matchup for the Kings. So I think it is a good matchup. When you talk about the flow of the game, when you talk about no rim protection for the Warriors, not really like what we were saying as well. Teams that give the Kings the problems, long and lanky, the Timberwolves, the Lakers, times like that. That's not who you're playing right now. You're playing a team that you pretty much match up with, height for height. All right. If we got height for height, Sabonis getting every rebound. I know Looney's cool. I know they call him the Windex man or whatever. But we got DeMontis Sabonis, the league leader in rebounds. He's the real Windex man.
Mm.
I'll take that.
Stilo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app that you could download on your smartphone. You could download on your tablet, whatever operating system you're using. Search ESPN 1320. Save us as your favorite radio station. If you want to watch the show, you most definitely can. Twitch.tv/ESPN 1320. YouTube.com/ESPN 1320. Hit the like buttons and subscribe buttons there. On those two platforms. It helps our channel grow, helps us get noticed in the NBA world. And boy, I woke up this morning and saw some of our videos got noticed in the Golden State Warriors world. Oh, the comments were out there.
Which one? On the YouTube?
Oh, the YouTube. They was tough. They was tough.
He's so damn whiny. I swear they're so whiny.
Let's see. Warriors don't get a lot of calls, especially Steph. Watch Warriors basketball, please. Y'all going to be in for a surprise when those role players regress in a playoff setting. LOL. Dubs in 5. I'm sorry, fellas, but this is Steph Curry and the Warriors. Warriors in 5.
Oh,
if
man.
Alex Len sees minutes, you know someone didn't do their homework.
These dudes hilarious, man. I swear.
Kings fans are delusional. You will soon get what you wish for. Yeah, this is all last night.
This was on the
Warriors have stared down prime LeBron and Kyrie. This was all last night.
This was on the show, like on the whole show.
It's just all of them. I'm just looking at all of the comments. KC's confidence will go down as soon as game 1 ends. Yeah.
Hey, man, look, man, the Warriors are a really good team. They might win. Warriors, come on, man. Come on, man.
Oh, hold on, man. What? Hold on. Let's bring in TK's here. We gotta I gotta remember where that switch is so you could see.
Man.
Here's Trysta Krick, aka Butcher Girl. What you doing, man?
Come on, man.
What are you doing?
What are you doing? No, what are you doing? You guys, you did that to yourself.
You got legit tears in your eyes. That's the funny part. You got legit tears in your eyes.
I saw you respond to it as I did it, so it was just so funny.
Oh, that's so great.
No, what are you guys booking us back to back for? You knew that was gonna make
strategic.
Oh God.
I'm here for content creation. I'm here for this moment right here.
No, I never worked that out.
I almost jumped on right then. I almost saw it and I just almost clicked the link.
Oh, you should have done
Yeah,
it. I can't
Yeah.
lie. Part of me was hoping you would. We could have hashed
Oh,
everything
man.
out on the air.
Oh man.
One of these days.
The lies that he spews to you guys and tones down his fandom is so annoying.
Trysta.
Go get him, Chatty House. He was mean to me.
So reset this.
I still believe one day we'll all come together.
Reset this whole thing. Where does the, pardon the pun, beef emanate with you and Butcher Boy?
9-1.
9-1. That's where it started.
9-1. Warriors will not. 9-1.
Went
You
viral
will.
over 9-1.
Andy Lou, Light Years podcast, friend of show. Knew him before he wrote that tweet. Had been on the pod. He writes the tweet. Warriors last year. Warriors should go 9-1 even without Clay. Post the schedule. I see that it's Andy. He's a friend. So it was really just designed to make fun of Andy. Because, again, it would be like if y'all did it, right? Like if a King should go 9-1 without Sabonis. It's like, really? So I'm like, this is why we don't like the Warriors fan base. Because this is what they say. They say these lunacy takes. So I gave this, well, you could go 5-5, could go 6-4, but 9-1, you will not be. We went through the schedule thing. I didn't expect anything of it. It was the most mild take that went viral I've ever had. They do go 9-1. Steph saw the video, went for 50 in the 10th game. You don't think that was a coincidence. So then it goes on NBC's Bay Area. They play it. It's the whole thing. Why? Who knows? Who am I? Do you care, really? Like, I'm nobody to be worried about my little, like, very mild take.
That's interesting.
You are big time.
And then they put me on their show, and then it started hostile and stayed hostile from there. And for whatever reason, he didn't like the joke and was like, everybody's disrespecting us and this. And I was like, the fact that I didn't think you would go 9-1 is disrespect. Like, you guys are crazy. You guys are crazy.
They are. And like I said, Butcher Boy, that's my guy. I've known Butcher Boy for years. That's my man's in them. So I'm not talking about him specifically. But that is the whiniest fan base I've ever come across, especially for a team that has won as much as they complain and cry constantly. It's ridiculous. And I say all the time, Trysta, and I maybe I'm sure, you know, it's the same in other fan bases, but it springs from these are Warriors fans, not basketball fans. Like, they don't watch basketball. They don't necessarily like basketball. They like the Warriors. And there's nothing wrong with that, but that lends itself to all the whining and the crying and complaining that you get from them on a routine basis.
And just the fact that, like, largely I can't take you seriously because you don't know anything about the game of basketball as a whole. You know about your team. And also, and this goes directly to them, they were stumping on that hit for our guy, James Wiseman. They were trying to tell me he was going to be a playoff impact player, and that I was like, you know, he's a bust, right? Like, we can both all agree that James Wiseman's going to be a bust for this team. Like, he's not doing. And it was like I said, it was almost like an atheist versus like a Orthodox Christian. It was like, burn her at the stake. It was crazy. Then there was like a little Twitter back and forth, because he went to the game with his jersey on as a working media member and was telling everyone on Twitter how exciting the game was and how they're the best fan base and the environment. And I was like, bruh, like, what is going on? And then he came at me with all caps and then said that was his bit, all caps. I'm like, dude, you're a clown.
We're gonna get y'all together.
Yeah, we all gonna get together. Butcher Boy's my guy, Monte's my guy, Trysta.
Was that was like Cameron was like, it's burning, and she's like, oh, yeah, you're a clown, and then she hangs up on him. It was like that. Yeah, I burnt you. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Trysta Krick here.
Like your style. That's why I burnt you. Getting hot.
Oh, Trysta.
No. Nice jacket. I caught that on there.
Before me, you don't think it's gonna get crazy? Come on. And he tried to come on with you guys all tepid. He was like, oh yeah, you know the thing, I really understand, you know, about some Warriors fans, not me though. It's like, what? No, that you are them. You are them. That's what the morning roast is.
Well, okay. Clearly,
I feel the way about him that you guys feel about my co-host.
Oh,
well, that guy.
Oh,
Butcher Boy ain't
man.
him.
No, he ain't.
Butcher Boy is not him.
He ain't him. But oh man,
It's not him. That guy.
Because I do not think highly of your co-host whatsoever.
And I tell
Oh,
Trysta,
you didn't think that based on what I just said that's
Yeah, I got that.
I
got
tell Trysta,
that.
I tell Trysta all the time, we're gonna get together and we all gonna make it happen. But at the same time, I don't think me and Coffee Boy are ever getting together.
Well, there's that.
So how can I tell her to get together?
Yeah,
with somebody else?
there's that. Some beefs just live eternal. And D'Lo and KC versus Coffee Boy, and Trysta Krick versus Butcher Boy. Maybe that.
Butcher Girl. That's me. If I ever want to move to the West Coast, that'll be my radio name.
Butcher Girl. Okay. Well, you're always welcome on the West Coast. You'll be here this weekend to see the Sacramento Kings take on the Golden State Warriors. Trysta will actually be covering games 1 through 4. So the Kings will just get it done in 4.
Yeah.
So Trysta can be a part of it all.
Let's just sweep them.
Let's sweep them.
I'm with
Trysta,
that.
are you ready for what you're about to embark on? This is like, I mean, what we've had to go through, and it's halfway through the second show of the week. Craziness. It's crazy. This is going to be craziness.
I hate it. I already hate it. You know, you can just feel the tension building. It's a David versus a washed Goliath story. It's just I'm like a little worried though. It's making me concerned. There's elements. Draymond's already talking about killing your spirit, and it's game 1's all about killing the King's spirit. You can't let them gain confidence. They don't have any experience, so we have to make sure we kill their spirit.
Well, I actually understand what he means by that. Like they could absolutely do that. I don't think that they could because there is a game 2, but I understand the context of what he's saying.
I absolutely understand the context, and he's trying to psych himself out already. He know they're not better. He sees the end.
Trying to hype himself
That's
up,
one of them guys that sees the end. It's over. It is over. So now we got to resort to these little things. Like when you better, Kevin Durant Warriors didn't have to say, well, we've got to beat Houston in game 1 to kill their spirit. No, we're better. That's that. We ain't got to do all that. We're better.
Well, he's also got to get people to listen to this podcast. That's the other thing that makes this whole thing difficult with like I believe Draymond's genuine usually when he speaks. I just think he talks, but like now he's pushing pods. So you kind of it's kind of like, all right, what are we talking about right now? We're talking about podcast.
Yeah.
Your vibes are weird, and I know it's the Butcher Boy thing.
Up.
Like, yeah, I don't.
Well, here's how it started. You guys want to know how the day started?
Yes, like we need to cleanse this. I don't like this. We're gonna see you in a few days. Everything should feel different.
It's not towards you. It's just
it
still
started last night. I know it started last night.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It started last night, and is
so should I like let people behind the curtain?
Probably not.
No,
maybe
don't go.
maybe we
Let me just give a little context. Just like a little context. I feel I am entitled as a national media member who has been on the Kings to some level of additional respect from those who make decisions for the team.
Got you.
And I think in this matchup, there will be almost no one covering this series from a Kings lens that's national. It'll be all about the Warriors. I am thinking about the Kings. So I feel like one should kind of like factor that in. You know, like you want respect as a team from the national media. You got it. So let's not make it more difficult than it needs to be. That's it. I got to like send a million emails and like I'm jumping through hoops like I'm covering the Warriors in the height of their reign. And then like you talk to the Warriors and it's like 10 minutes, you're good. So yeah, that part bothered me. And then today I had a group of kids threaten to beat me and my dog's ass.
What?
At the park. Because one of them wanted to pet Emma and Emma's a rescue. And I was like, don't do that. And they were like, oh, if she attacks me, then I'm going to beat her ass. And I was like, no, you're not. So that started the day off weird. So it's been like aggressive energy for like 24 straight hours.
And then Butcher Boy was on the show before you, and that didn't help.
And I like live streamed it, and I was getting mad because it was like way more reasonable with you than he is, you know? And I was like, this is so fake. And then I did another hit, which was keeping me from jumping on to like get involved in the mix. And then they had like a strip club / champagne room ad like right before I came on that I asked them about that they were like very suspect on. The whole day has been a little weird.
Is this Memphis?
No, it's Rochester, which is even better. It would have been funny if it was Memphis, actually.
Rochester, that's our roots. It's our roots.
Yeah. They root for the Kings.
I was going to say, were you talking Kings Warriors in Rochester?
I was.
Oh, okay.
Do they really
Again?
way? Like, do they like really like, hey, we like the Kings?
Yes. Yes. You know, a part of the beef that I have is I go on like 8 of these things a week, and all I do is just pump the Kings tires. It's all I do. I do it in Buffalo. I do it in Memphis. I do it in Philly. I do it in New York. I just like the little Kings paddy wagon all around the country. And everybody's like, oh, Trysta, you've been stumping for the Kings this whole year. And I'm like, yeah, you would think someone would care from the Kings.
We're going to get this taken care of.
I know.
We're going to get this taken care of. We're going to have an amazing Saturday night. We're going to have an amazing weekend together. I am sorry. Are you drinking out of a Louis Vuitton water bottle?
What?
No, this is not.
Oh, okay. Oh, you see how that got me, right? I was like, oh, I'm sorry. Is that the monogrammed LV on your? Okay.
That would be hard.
Oh, I mean, Kenny probably got a couple in his.
You would probably have texted me and asked me for the link to it.
Okay, calm down.
Hey, what up? Yeah.
Okay, I feel calmer now.
We're gonna have a great Saturday night. We're gonna have a great weekend. You're gonna have a great couple of days here in Sacramento. We're gonna keep you out of the public house. We're gonna get you all the Coke Zero that you need. We're gonna be good. And we're gonna watch Kings basketball.
I don't even want to ask. Your boys know you're coming back?
Which boys?
Your friends from your was it public house? The
Oh yeah, the Bob guy.
Yeah,
probably.
Avoid that.
I like public house. I feel like they'd probably be very accommodating to get me into the Golden One. I feel like I might be freaking courtside if I reach out to.
We don't need to get them involved.
We don't. And if you do, just keep our names out of it. Just to be clear, we roll in different circles. Just keep our names out.
In all seriousness, basketball analyst Trysta Krick, how you feel about this Kings Warriors series? Like, how do you see it playing out?
Oh man, I think a lot of it depends on Andrew Wiggins. I know he's going to be minutes restriction for the first few games, like 20, 25 minutes is what I heard. So that matters. I think if he's.
Heard that before. I haven't heard that yet. That's
I think that came maybe from Dibley from 95.7. We had him on our show last night. I think he said he thought he was going to come off the bench for 20, 25 minutes a game, which I think is he might start game 1 and maybe come off the bench game 2. I don't know. He was making it seem like Andrew Wiggins was not going to be playing, 35 minutes a game, which I think is really interesting. I think that's the non-Andrew Wiggins moments will be important. I heard you say this, which I fully agree with, Kenny. The non-Steph Curry minutes are going to be really important. And maybe that's when you need big game, big time shots from Malik Monk, guys off the bench. I'm curious how the rotations are going to be in order to, take advantage of that. Sabonis needs to stay out of foul trouble. Yeah. I think that extracurricular between him and Draymond Green's fascinating. I know that Draymond will try to get in his head. I don't think that's going to work. But the size advantage is, I think, Sabonis's strength advantage, youth advantage. It's really all about whether the Warriors are hitting their shots and whether they're clamping down on D. And listen, man, Steph Curry's he's him, right? He's going to always be him until he's not playing basketball. So I'm worried about the matchup. I don't love this as a first round series for rooting for the Kings. I just don't.
Is there one that you would have?
Clippers.
Oh,
everybody
no.
The Clippers.
Yeah.
Just because I just don't think that without Paul George, they can score enough. And They barely beat Phoenix's C team while Saban Lee was giving them buckets. So I was a little shocked that the Kings didn't play all their starters against the Warriors that important game, because that could have kicked the Warriors down to 7, and then you either play the Clippers or the Lakers. And I don't know, would you rather play the Warriors or the Lakers from like a matchup perspective?
Probably the Warriors.
Yeah. There's just a level of fear when you're talking about playing the defending champs that can go on the difference between the Warriors and the Lakers is the Warriors can go on a 28-4 run in like 3 minutes. They can hit 16 threes before you go and get a drink of water from your Louis Vuitton water bottle. So that part's really scary. They're certainly older, more lethargic than they've been in prior years. But again, like I still am worried. And I'm worried about the amount of Golden State fans that are going to be in the building. They're just, there's a level of, I almost feel like empathetic to the same degree as some Kings fans. I don't want the arena to go cold. I want everyone to remain hopeful and faithful, no matter if they go on a run or not.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. The run's going to happen. That's the way the Warriors play. The run's going to happen. Just don't let it happen after the ball's tipped in the air. Don't let the crowd, which is probably going to be in a frenzy for a lengthy period of time, don't give them an opportunity to cool down. Keep it hot. If the run comes in the second, that's part of the game. If the run comes in the third, that's part of the game. Maybe try to avoid a fourth quarter run, but like the Kings are never, and I think everyone who watches Kings basketball has learned this. The Kings are never out of games. Just, for the first playoff game in 16 years, take advantage of your home court. If the Warriors are a bad road team, and every metric suggests that they are, make sure they know they're on the road. Because if there's Warriors fans there, and there may be a few, I don't think it's going to be anything like crazy. I'm sure there'll be Warriors fans there. Though, don't give them an opportunity to cheer. Keep that energy that the crowd is going to have before the game starts. Keep it through tip. Keep it through the first quarter, and then just let the game settle into its pace.
Yeah, drown those Warriors fans out.
Yeah, the Kings fans have done it before. Right. They've run Lakers fans out of the building. They've run Warriors fans. Like do it this time. This is the most important time to do it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are we doing a pre-game steak, or what are we doing?
We do whatever you want. I don't think the steakhouse is open yet, but
you know what? It's right, because it's a 5:30 game. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll do something.
I'll talk about it later.
You don't want to plan our social schedule here on the show?
I was like, are we doing that other thing Saturday and Tuesday, or just Tuesday?
What was the other thing?
Oh, with
CBS?
Yeah.
I think we're doing both.
That's
but
what I thought too.
I don't know for sure.
Yeah.
We're going to be looking really nice in these two games because we have some TV commitments that you can stick around for. Yeah. So we'll be looking extra fly.
I have a question that's not related to this series that I want your feedback on. I tweeted about it. I did something. I went on WFAN on Saturday night, and I talked about the fact that Luka might want out, and that the Mavs believe and they fear that there will be at some point a time where Luka will ask out. And quite logically, because Jalen is there, maybe the Knicks are a place or a destination. Obviously Madison Square Garden. I thought people would call in and say 80-20, yes, we would love Luka. And it was 80-20, no. Absolutely do not want Luka on our team. I think, guys, and I'd love to hear what you guys think, we're at a Luka inflection point where the public opinion on Luka is now plummeting.
Yeah.
People think, this is what they said, he's a cancer, he's toxic, he's ruining the game, he's hard to watch, he's not a good teammate. This was 25 calls of this. Some people from Dallas, literally in Dallas now.
I don't disagree. I don't think Luka's ruining the game, but I don't disagree with much of the other stuff. I mean, I'm not in the locker room. I don't know if he's a cancer or not. I know, like, he's hard to watch. I think it's tough to be a Luka Doncic teammate. And we've talked about this before as we were your home for Dallas Mavericks radio last week for reasons known to no one. But if Luka's on the market and you're a general manager, you have to really assess One, what does our roster look like if we make a move? Because it's a haul. No matter what we criticize Luka for, it's a haul to land him. In two, and this is the most important part. This is the question the Dallas Mavericks have to answer. My guy's 24 years old. Is he going to change as a basketball player? So he's 24 years old. He's been a pro probably for like a decade, though.
Yeah.
Like Ricky Rubio was.
Right.
Like he's been a pro for a really long time. Can his game change? Can his game become more inviting to high-level talent? Because if the answer is no, I don't know how Dallas moves forward with him. And strangely, I don't know how any team acquires him.
So at this point, or at some point, Luka could possibly be untradeable.
He could be, absolutely. Like you said it perfectly. His approval rating is down, like down.
I mean, because the two things that I see with him that I don't like is he's not a leader. Like I say all the time, Trysta, he's an unbelievably talented basketball player, unbelievable talent. But I don't know if he can be your best guy. He's not a leader. He doesn't make others better in that respect. Like he'll pass the ball to the open man, but he doesn't seem to inspire others or anything like that. And if he's not the best guy, if he can't be like the best guy and be the leader, can he play with somebody else that's just as good, if not better than him? We saw it a little bit with Kyrie. I don't think they had a problem getting their stats, but it was far from winning basketball.
Yeah, I think that's important. And I think that's what made Jalen Brunson so incredibly, immensely important, because he was able and willing, and his ego was able and willing to take a very big backseat to Luka while still knowing what he was capable of. And according to those who were around the organization, kind of the glue guy, kind of the connector, the real leader, the one that calmed Luka down, the one that really just kept the vibes high, the chemistry high. And it's really hard to find a guy who's as good as Jalen Brunson, who's willing to take that backseat and still be the alpha and an emotional leader and real leader on the team, while you have another guy making $40 million a year who's out of shape and is incredibly talented, but not doing the things that you would normally have someone who's making that money do.
Yeah, the other thing I wanted to talk about with that real quick, Trysta had a video I saw over the weekend. It wasn't on her show. She was on somebody else's show. And we talked about Mark Cuban. Mark Cuban was like, oh, everything was fine until, the dads got involved with Jalen Brunson and all this other stuff. Trysta brought up a point that I completely forgot. Sir, he was a restricted free agent. If you wanted him, you could have signed him. You just didn't want to pay him. And Mark Cuban be looking a little funny.
Oh, we talked
like Mark Cuban wanted him to take, less money for what reason again?
And quite frankly, they weren't sure whether they wanted to trade him or not last year, which is why they waited until the trade deadline to offer him the 4-year, $55 million extension. And once the trade deadline happened, Jalen Brunson and his dad were like, well, yesterday's price isn't today's price. You could have offered us prior to the deadline the 4 years, $55 million. We would have accepted it happily. But now we're going to test free agency and see. And then they miscalculated again, thinking that the Knicks were going to need to do a sign-in trade in order for that deal to get done. And they moved cap space around to the point where they could just sign Jalen Brunson without the Mavericks at all, and they lost him for nothing. They've just screwed the entire thing up, including how you tank. I've never heard of anyone tanking so bad in my life. You should not have Jason Kidd come out and say, hey, my bosses are telling me that no one can play, and if it was up to me, everyone would play, and but it's best for the organization. It's like, you're not supposed to say the quiet part out loud. You're snitching on your team.
I told you that organization turned Jason Kidd into an idiot. Like, that dude can't do anything right. He's like Dumb and Dumber now that he's in Dallas. Like, he cannot do anything right.
It is a mess in Dallas.
It's a mess in Dallas. It's a mess in Houston. It's a mess in Minnesota. It's a mess in Detroit. These teams need to get it together.
I agree.
Real quick, who you got tonight?
I like the Heat. I like Trae Young over 4.5 turnovers. That boy turns the ball over more than you can even imagine against Jimmy Butler. I think he had 9 turnovers the last game. So I like that quite a bit. I like Trae Young under points. It's a running joke now. Trae Young in the playoffs, take the under on his points. Take the under on his threes. Take the over on his turnovers. That's been very profitable, like 90% profitable endeavor. I like the Timberwolves plus 8.5 a lot.
Really?
Plus 8.5. But
Plus 8.5. I don't think they're going to win that game, but I like them plus 8.5. I think the Pelicans sneak into the first round. I think they get the 8 seed. I think they beat the Timberwolves the second time around. The matchup favors them. They should have beat them the first time. And boy, how dumb was Jaden McDaniels breaking his own hand?
Damn.
That you talk about organizations that are a mess. Minnesota is at the top of that list. You know that we love you.
Yep, I know you got to get breaks and all that.
No, don't worry about that. We want the vibe. We want the vibes in the proper place.
Yeah, we will see. It's gonna be a good weekend.
We're gonna get Trysta's vibes in place, and we're gonna come back with more of D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear. Clear.
T Crizzy. Yeah, we're gonna get that.
We'll get y'all set up. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
We'll get it. We'll get it.
Worst case, some guy named Lucas said like traveling party, standing room only, blah, blah, blah. That's the worst case scenario. We'll see. Danny actually told me I should reach out to you. And I was like, well, Damien told me, no, do not do that.
Nope. One of the worst things you did was mention our name.
Yeah.
Because they're like, we'll take them, but we ain't taking nobody else.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I do head counts when I'm there. I look around and I just count. I just take a look at everything. So, but they're figuring some things out. So
Scanning the horizons.
yes,
It's okay. I'm just happy.
We'll be together no matter what.
Yeah, I'm just happy I have a place to stay.
We'll get steak and Coke Zero.
Food, get some Coke Zero. I don't even care where I'm at in there. The draft house is fine with me, or the drought house, as Kenny would call it.
Drought house, big ups. It's gonna be
drought house. There's not going to be any droughts going on though. I think that there's going to be a lot of buckets.
It's gonna be good weather.
Yeah,
is it
73,
yeah.
sunny.
Oh, really?
Your little tank top that you got on now. Like it's gonna be nice.
Just skeet skirt, getting around. Okay. All right, guys. The vibes are better.
Are you getting a car? What are you doing? Are you getting a car, or are you just lifting everywhere?
Yes. I don't know. I think I'll get a ride to San Francisco whenever the next day after game 2 is.
Okay.
You catch the train.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm gonna bring a little one though.
Damn, you don't like catching the train?
I mean, I have. Like, it's not my favorite.
I like the train.
Okay.
Do you? I'm gonna bring the little one though, so she's gonna be with me, rolling.
All right.
So trains with the dog. I don't know. We'll see. She's like 12 pounds.
We'll figure out how to get you a steak and everything you need leading into Saturday night. I did just check Echo and Rig. It's not open during the day.
No, that's okay. We'll figure it out. But I'll be here Friday night through the 24th, morning Monday. That's the 10-day trip in the Sacramento and San Francisco. That's about all that we could get from Odyssey at this point. So it's great.
Well, it's amazing that you got that.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was like very surprised.
Amazing.
I thought it was like game 1. If it's on a Saturday, we'll see you back Monday.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, guys.
All right,
homie.
See ya. Bye.
That Echo and Rig food was crazy. Oh my God, that food was so good. That's the only place I ever been in.
Wait, what?
You got what?
What? Oh,
wow.
Oh, Lord.
Wow. How did that happen?
Lord have mercy.
By the way, I saw the Bennett's tweet y'all tagged us in.
They're on Twitter? I need to follow them.
Well,
Justine brought these in.
careful.
Oh,
Justine.
yeah, no.
Justine. She was looking at us.
Oh,
Let me ask Justine. Justine brought us some fries. We don't have anybody Okay. Yeah, buddy. Justine. Oh my God, this is a bag of grease. Justine. Man, this bag is nothing but grease. That's how you know they good. Oh, Lord. Oh. Boy, oh boy. Mighty Montana serves there. Right on, Mighty Montana. Oh, wait, you serve at Bennett's or Echo? Which one, Mighty? Oh, my God, that's so good. The Dave's Hot Chicken Cauliflower. I haven't tried that. Oh, man. This is so good.
Bennett's fries, bro. Top 5 dead or alive, bro.
Yeah, that's facts.
Top 5 dead or
alive.
alive.
Echo and Rig. That's what's up, man. We'll let you know next time we coming through, Mighty.
Hell yeah.
We'll let you know.
Love Echo and Rig.
Tomahawk, let's go. Don't threaten me with a good time, bro. Don't. We'll go. It doesn't matter. Whatever you want. I don't care. We don't have anyone else. Shout out to our loved ones over at Bennett's. Shout out to our girl Justine.
Yeah,
came
Justine's
through in
the
the
goat.
clutch.
Justine's the GOAT, man. Air horn for Justine.
Brian, if you're listening, man, let's do some business, baby. Because
that was big time.
Telling you, our man Brian Bennett, these are the best French fries that a potato has ever created.
I don't know what they do to them. They just do something to them that just go crazy.
I don't know, man.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We appreciate you. We are actually guest free the rest of the day, man. So get in on these phone lines if you'd like. 916-909-1320. Phone lines are open for you. Chatty House is cooking as well. Just a couple of quick non-Kings Warriors things before we dive back into that subject. And again, feel free to get in on the phone lines. Did you see DeMarcus?
I did.
What do you think about that? DeMarcus Cousins headed to, I think it was Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't expect to see it. I thought, I thought he'd still be in the NBA, but that NBA call never really came, I guess.
That's too bad.
And he's going to, play where he can. And I'm happy for him on one aspect that keep playing, bro. Play till the wheels fall off. But he should be in the NBA. So there was a part of me that was disappointed to see that he had to go that route. But I mean, at least he's still playing, man. Dwight Howard's playing in China, so it happens.
Yeah, I mean, if it's crazy to me, either one of those guys are in the league. Yeah. I mean, Carmelo Anthony's not going to get to end his career on his terms.
Carmelo never got picked up.
That's disappointing.
Still sign him.
Might be too late. Might be too late. Much to the chagrin of James Ham, but yeah, I'm sad that Carmelo didn't get to end things the way that he wanted to. I'm sad DeMarcus didn't get another chance. But if he's happy playing in Puerto Rico, if it scratches that itch, if it allows him to play at a high level, if he can stay healthy doing it, by all means, brother, keep it moving. Stephen Silas and Dwayne Casey out as head coaches. No surprise there. The Stephen Silas thing kind of sucks. Dwayne Casey's moving into an Alvin Gentry position, I think. That's what it looked like to me.
Yeah,
which
he's still going to be with the team.
I think Dwayne Casey's a great guy to have around your organization, much like I believe Alvin Gentry is a great guy to have around your organization. Stephen Silas, we've kind of said our piece with Stephen Silas. He got a really raw deal. Never really got an opportunity to coach that team. Never got an opportunity to coach a competent team. And you just hope that that's a dude who can hit the reset button and kind of get going in the league again.
Yeah, that was a raw deal, man. That really was a raw deal. There's a lot of talks. I think there was a report today that they had their eye on Kenny Atkinson. Houston did, but there's always this talk of
Ime Udoka's out there. There's a couple of
Nick
names.
Nurse. Like they've been talking about Nick Nurse for a minute.
It's a weird one.
So like they've been talking about for so long. It's almost
yeah
akin to Luke Walton coming to Sacramento.
Oh,
remember
man.
that was in January.
Yeah.
Luke Walton was going to come to Sacramento, and it ended up happening. So yeah, I'd keep my eye on that.
At least this. I mean, that started Started what, about 2-3 weeks ago?
Nick Nurse?
Yeah.
Yeah, about that time.
And Luke Walton stuff started 4 months before the season ended. And you
he
can
was
feel
still
however you want to.
employed.
Like Luke, well, that's the thing. Like everyone knew LeBron doesn't want Luke Walton. Luke Walton's gone. I did feel bad for Dave Yeager because everybody knew. Yeah. Like, and I'm not saying we knew in January. People didn't know in January. When you got to the last like months of the season, everybody knew Dave was being fired. Like, that's tough.
Yeah.
Like, that's not fair.
Yeah.
Not only did you know you knew he was being replaced by a coach who there's no track record that this dude is even good.
Right.
It's not like he was being replaced by Nick Nurse,
right,
a championship coach, or you know, Ime Udoka, feel however you want to about him. But he's a dude who went to the NBA Finals. He is, at least for a season, a proven coach. He's being replaced by a dude who was under 500.
Yeah.
Who LeBron said, mm-mm.
That was tough.
9-1. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
916-909-1320. I didn't want to keep the American Dream Dusty on the line too much longer. What's up, Dusty?
Yo, it's Dusty, second-time caller, man, just getting back into it. But I know a while back you guys were saying don't let the Kings be good because we're going to be obnoxious.
Yes, sir.
At this point, it's not even going to take a title, man. We win one series. This first series, the whole city's burning down.
Oh man, well, let's not do that. Dusty meant figuratively.
Strap up.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Okay, guys.
Who had us? TC? TC had to go Google what strap up meant. It was like, no, we are not doing that. Dusty, what we're going to do is we're going to celebrate.
We're going to have a good time, baby.
We're going to celebrate.
We're going to have a good time. We have a good time on Saturday. You know who's not going to have a good time? Yeah. Who is now also in here? One, Alexandra Castro. You know who that is?
No.
It's Kim's sister.
Oh.
She is now also in the chat.
You're really preoccupied with Kim and her family.
Well, John Bull pointed it out. John Bull called it out.
Well, John Bull's on high alert after what you did to him earlier today. Of course, John Bull. Hey, John Bull. Hey, it's not me. It's not me. John Bull's trying to square things away.
Got love for John Bull.
I don't mind Alexandria. I'll talk to Alexandria. I'll talk to her.
Well, she's the worst.
That's fine. That's fine. I posted a graphic of Steph and De'Aaron.
Yeah.
It said, pick a side.
Yeah.
One person responded with the left. That's where Steph was. I see that individual every day and made it clear that day. I'm not talking to you till this series is over.
Well,
and she's trying to get me to talk to her, I ain't talking to you. And I see that there's a few other people in the studio that are getting added to that list. I ain't going to talk to you. Don't talk to me.
Friend or foe, 98. Who you with? Like Jay-Z said. We ain't playing no games around here. We ain't playing no games.
No games, baby. No games at all.
Big Sean.
Alexandria, you're welcome to spend as much time as you want here. Don't block Sean Bull. Don't block Delivery Joe. Don't block Brian Cruz. Don't block our people trying to go at the whole family over there.
Wait a minute. Ramsey, you better not have done nothing. Ramsey in the chat. She says she's a Warrior fan. Bye, Felice.
There's Warrior fans all over.
I saw Ramsey on Friday. Clean shaven Ramsey.
Oh, but the post-birthday Ramsey? Wait, clean shaven, like gone?
No, he had it lined up. He had it lined up.
Did he have a mask on?
Yeah, you know he had a mask on. Yeah, he ain't trusting these people.
Ramsey, are you one of them dudes who drives in a mask? Like you're in the car by yourself wearing a mask? Because those people, like, I get the caution. Like, I get that. Those people are like next level to me. when you're in your own whip and you got the N90 or whatever it's
called. You weren't talking about no games. They ain't playing no games there. Yeah, Ramsey was lined up. You know, the beard was edged up. You know, the hair was, tape. I don't know if it was a tape or what, but it wasn't out there. He had just come from the barbershop the day before.
Ooh. All right, Ramsey.
Ramsey might have went to Tiger afterwards.
Oh, Lord. I believe it. Did he have basketball shorts on and a dry fit tee?
Maybe the dry fit tee.
That's the uniform. Yeah, that's the uniform.
Yeah, great though. It matched up with the Kings hat. No, the Kings wore black that day.
Okay,
that's okay. Shout out to my guy Ryan Royster, by the way.
Jesse's telling us to take a break, so that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna step out. We're gonna come back. A couple of just one other quick Mavericks note we'll touch on.
And you said something yesterday that we need to talk about. we need to talk about on these airwaves.
Uh-oh.
You're in trouble.
Okay. Well,
No, you're not in trouble.
We'll-
But we need to talk about it.
we'll do that when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Hmm. These are amazing. ESPN 1320, Sacramento, home of the Dallas Mavericks. She did bring us dips, by the way. I don't know what those are. It just looks like ranch, ketchup, and maybe like a Chipotle thing.
Damn right. Been here since 10 o'clock. Oh, no, 10:45.
Mm-hmm.
Can you believe people eat fries with mayo sometimes?
Did you?
No.
I don't. But you ever heard of Mr. Fries? Oh. You ever heard of Mr.
Sorry,
Fries?
guys.
Is that like the thing where like
We
they
had a
do like
podcast
loaded
this
fries and stuff
morning,
like that
I'm
or
sorry.
something?
Yeah, it's just fries and they put all these toppings on them. I mean, they actually look pretty good, but they do a lot with fries. You can get a couple. Gotta get more of them. Fries.
Rob Dub, I saw who was going to be at Bennett's on Saturday.
What? They got performances or something?
Huh?
They got performances or something?
Yeah, I got a performance all right. You ain't see that tweet?
No. Well, I saw. No, I didn't. The tweets was going crazy this morning.
Okay.
Who want me to?
Napes?
Oh. Hey.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
Oh man. This dude, man.
Can you see if you can find the clip from Friday's show when James brought the fries in? I want to send that to Justine. Yeah, they're definitely open for reservations. I don't think they're open for reservations like before the game though. We'd have to go after. And we don't know what time we're going to be done working. Yeah, apparently he's got a merchandise line out now. Go pick up a t-shirt.
It's just him and Kenny on a shirt right there.
Oh man. What's up, King's Muse? King's Muse, you do good stuff on Twitter, man. Keep it up. Bro.
Oh, it's music, dude. Damn. King's Muse, what up, baby?
Map 1, where's the vegan plate at? I don't think I've had it. I normally stay on top of the vegan spots, but I don't think I've had that one. Y'all are funny. Does the shirt come with holes or do you have to do it yourself? Oh, the jokes write themselves, man. Jokes write themselves. Do you like the Loving Hut, D-Lo? Yeah. Yeah, I've had that before. Douglas in Roseville. Huh. Is it like across from the Galleria? Vegan plate. Oh, I've had that place before. Yeah, no, I haven't had that. Have I had this? What? What did you just say? All I heard was sound playing in the background. Jesse told me to go to hell and do my radio show. That's literally what he just said. Go to hell and do your radio show, radio boy.
He might have told you to roll up them sleeves to your freaking neck.
Might have told me that too. Shout out again to Brian Bennett, the good folks over at Bennett's. Yeah. These are the best French fries on the planet.
No, they are. They're
today, I was like, well, man, why? Like I just have my juice. Like I'm fine. Like, why am I so starving? And, today's the day we get in a little early. We recorded a great podcast today. I think I say that every week.
It's a good podcast.
I think it really is. Like Corners of the Culture is a dope podcast. But the episode we recorded today on fashion and hip hop, specifically centered around Woo Wear, is really good. That will drop for you. That will drop for you on Thursday. This chat is a wild place today, boy. This chat is a wild place today. I'll tell you that. We welcome anyone who wants to be a part of the chat, though, over at twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. And apparently you can chime in on Facebook as well. So go ahead and jump in on Facebook.
I'm not going to say anything to Miss Elizabeth.
It's a wise move.
Yeah,
that's a very, very wise.
How you doing?
Move.
Not like I'm gonna say hi. I'm gonna be respectful and say hello to Miss Elizabeth. I'm not gonna say Elizabeth.
Miss Elizabeth. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320, and as we just mentioned, we are available on Facebook. Just find the ESPN 1320 page.
A lot of people watching on Facebook today.
Yeah, and share us. Like you could like share it to your profile. Share. So this is what I do all day. Is I watch D-Lo and KC. Let the world know. You, as I was throwing back some Bennett's fries here.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly did I say yesterday that we need to talk about?
Well, you were on the Morning Roast.
Yeah,
and they asked you about Vivek Ranadive. And you talked about how did a great job, by the way.
Thank you.
But you talked about how nobody's really talking about Vivek after all that went down, all that they talked about for I don't know how long.
Yeah.
Now, when they win, don't nobody want to mention Vivek. He has a story.
I was going to say that was
article out.
I promise this was all prior to the Mark Spears article. Dropping.
He's got an article. I didn't read the article yet, but yeah, Vivek needs his flowers. Absolutely needs his flowers because he got raked over the coals for this entire time. And much like De'Aaron Fox, Monty McNair, Mike Brown, the streak started before Vivek got here.
Mm-hmm.
Vivek broke the streak. He broke it.
Mm-hmm.
He deserves his flowers. That's all I needed to say.
Yeah. Someone I like on Twitter tweeted something about the article about Vivek's conversation with Mark Spears.
Mm-hmm.
And it was something. I'm that's why I'm not saying the person. It's just because I'm completely paraphrasing. It was like, oh, he just couldn't help himself. He could have said this, but he just couldn't help himself. And all I could think was, it's still amazing to me that people refuse to connect these dots. Y'all said leading into the draft, everyone wanted Jaden Ivey. All of the basketball people that you have loved, you have grown to love so much, that we have grown to love so much, wanted Jaden Ivey. Every article said that. But someone who has ties to this city, who talks to the same 3 people in this city, said, well, the wild card is if Vivek Ranadive gets his way, it's going to be Keegan Murray. That was out the gate.
Yep.
That wasn't as we got closer to the draft. That was out the gate. Keegan Murray was labeled as Vivek Ranadive's guy. The closer we got, it started to be, hey, yo, Keegan's kind of dope. He can go. Then you started to hear the Vivek label shed a little bit. Still out there. Shed a little bit. Draft day, I didn't hear anything about Vivek Ranadive in Keegan Murray. I didn't hear anything about Keegan Murray being a Vivek Ranadive guy.
Mm-hmm.
When Keegan Murray hit his 203, I didn't hear anything about Keegan Murray being a Vivek Ranadive guy. And you pointed this out perfectly. By the way, who the hell is winning Coach of the Year? Mike Brown's winning Coach of the Year. It's amazing. Whose side was the basketball people on? Wasn't it Mike Brown's side?
Mm-hmm.
And if Vivek Ranadive would got his way, it would be Mark Jackson.
Mm-hmm.
Who did the Kings get as their coach?
Mike Brown.
Oh, so okay. So let's put this all together. You said this perfectly a year ago. Every single time Vivek Ranadive is on the wrong side. Every single time there is a perceived consensus. Vivek is always on the wrong side. Oh, finally, he let basketball people make basketball decisions. So Mike Brown got the job. Okay. Don't think we forgot how many of you bitched about that, but it happened. And your beloved basketball people got to hire their coach. Nobody said anything about Keegan. Nobody said anything about the guy who actually fired Mike Malone. I'm not saying Vivek Ranadive hasn't made mistakes as the owner of the Sacramento Kings. I'm saying Vivek Ranadive hasn't made the amount of mistakes that you think he has made as the owner of the Sacramento Kings. When your organization is a failure at the level for the length of time that the Sacramento Kings have been, you have to look at the top. When organizations fail, you can blame coaches, you can blame general managers. And I hope Mike Brown, who I love, and Monty McNair, who I love, Wes Wilcox, all of those guys, I hope they can all respect this term I'm about to use. You don't blame middle management over and over and over and over again. When middle management is constantly wrong, there's something wrong with the person doing the hiring. Vivek has made his mistakes. He just hasn't made nearly as many as some of you have made it out to be. And the fact that some people believe that he didn't even do this interview right shows you how jaded some people's opinions are on Vivek Ranadive, because you will literally believe anything that has his name attached to it, as long as it's bad.
And what he said wasn't even that bad. He made a reference to, this time I was involved, because in the past they said I was always involved and I really wasn't. So I said I might as well get involved. And there's nothing wrong with that.
It's his company.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Like I said, every single time there's a side to be taken, how does the reports always come out that he's on the wrong side?
Always. 10 times out of 10.
And that's just the consensus, like you mentioned. When he was on the perceived wrong side this time with Keegan Murray, we don't hear nothing about it no more.
Nothing. It's awfully quiet.
I'm just all for just being fair to the guy. But Vivek ain't, as far as I know. Maybe there's in-depth things that I don't know, but he ain't done nothing to nobody. He's invested in the city. He's invested in this entire area.
I'm glad you brought that up. Can we point out one more thing? Because at one point, Vivek, I don't remember if Vivek was labeled as the worst owner in sports.
I think it was the NBA.
Worst owner in the NBA. All these social justice initiatives that happened in the NBA in 2020, Vivek started those prior to 2020. Vivek started social justice movements before Black Lives Mattered. Remember that brief fleeting period in the summer of 2020 where Black Lives Matter? Yeah. Vivek did it before that. Vivek and I don't remember his name, but the owner of the Milwaukee Bucks. Those two organizations were the catalyst behind what we saw. Like it or not, Mark Cuban was a big part of it too. And when you look at all of that stuff, you can't tell the story of Vivek Ranadive without telling the story of what he's done in the community, without telling the story of what he has done for social justice initiatives, without telling the story of how he influenced a great deal of the NBA, and without telling the story of how he has gotten one of the baddest community organizers in this city to head his DEI department for the Sacramento Kings.
100%. You were there, or you were really close to the situation the night of the Stephon Clark protest. Tell me if I'm wrong, without hesitation. Vivek, what you guys need me to do? I'm not here worried about the bottom line. Like, what do you need? What can I do?
Yes.
I see what's going on outside. What can I do?
Yes and no. Yes, he met with he wanted to know what to do. No, in the sense of his shining moment, arguably as an owner, was that speech. That was not his intention. He asked Garrett to do it. And I think he might have asked Vince and Garrett to do it.
I thought Vince was involved.
And both of them were like, no, you need to do it. You do it.
Yeah.
It'll mean more coming from you. And he did. And again, arguably, that was his shining moment, at least in front of the camera. That was his shining moment as the Sacramento Kings owner.
About what he said that night, to relate to the community and everything. He's walked the walk every step of the way since then. He didn't do it for a couple months and then fell back and no, he's been doing it the entire time. So these are stuff like when you talk about worst owner in basketball, these are things out and encompass being an owner. Like if you win and you're terrible in the community, terrible in your city, got scandals all over the place, does that make you a good owner? Because on the opposite, it makes you a bad. Like if you do everything good for your city and the community and everything you can to invest and uplift this city, but you don't win, that makes you the worst owner. So if it's flipped, that means you're the best, right? Like that's how asinine does that sound? If you win games, if your team wins games, because Robert Sarver showed you the team is winning, he's terrible. Like he's gone wrong stuff left and right, and they're winning, but that makes him good, right? So I've never understood the whole Vivek thing, and now you get in a situation where they've ended the drought, they've made the playoffs, and don't nobody want to give him his flowers after all the craziness they talked about him for years, and how there were plenty of people who said this team ain't never gonna do nothing as long as he's an owner. They'll never win. They'll never get there. Vivek better than me. I'd be on 13, 10, 3, all of them. Ain't gonna be no written interview with me. You're gonna see me.
No.
I'm gonna take you to the top of the beam. That's what we do in the interview.
I'll point this out too. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHC2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. I know how much the Monarchs mean to Zebra PT. Zebra PT says, lagging on that Monarchs promise, though. I don't think he ever made that promise. I know that it's popular out there. I don't think he ever said it. I feel like I had this discussion on Twitter before, and John Bull, who you unceremoniously blocked from the chat earlier, sent me, like, we think we tracked it down. It wasn't from Vivek. The conversation, it might have been from Kevin Johnson. It could have just been from some person who was involved in the process, but wasn't a decision maker like Vivek. Vivek never promised to bring the Sacramento Monarchs back. I wish he would. I wish he would, but he never. He didn't promise that.
Yeah.
And if he did, we can't find an article, a video, a news story, anything that says the opposite.
Yeah.
So if you have it, tag us in it, because we didn't see it.
And Zebra PT says he was standing right there. He said it. If he said it,
okay. I missed it, and I don't know that there's any trace of it on the internet.
And also to be fair to him, some of that is out of his control. He can want the Monarchs back all he wants. They're not even expanding right now.
Yeah.
And if they are expanding,
the league hasn't it. The league is an important part in that.
Yeah, they already told you where they're looking. And unfortunately, Sacramento not on there.
And that's the thing. It's true that I know it's frustrating thinking about the Bay Area getting a WNBA team. There were rumblings, when Sacramento was in existence about a Bay Area team. When the league was at the time, the league thought there was significant growth ahead of them. That's turned out to very much not be the case. But there were the Bay Area thing has long been discussed. So it sucks that if the Kings land, if the league lands a West Coast team, it's probably going to be in the Bay Area. I don't know if that's Oakland or San Francisco or some sort of hybrid between the two, but all appearances are it's not Sacramento.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just I heard you talking about that yesterday because Bonte and Butch asked you about it, and you spoke on it perfectly. And it was like, yeah, man, like he needed at least 10 minutes to get his flowers because he didn't have to wear it. And the one thing I'll say about Vivek, everybody say about Vivek, James Ham will tell you, he's there every night. He's there every night, and he boos or he was there the night throw up guy happened. Like he was there. He sits there in the seats, and he takes it all. And now you got success, and don't nobody want to mention him. Part of the territory, part of the nature of the beast in that situation. I get that, but nah, man, just wanted to salute.
Indeed,
Uncle V,
indeed. Read the article from our man Mark Spears.
Whose side is he on?
Well, we know whose side he's on. He's on the side of the Golden State Warriors, as he is one of 13 NBA writers and reporters who picked the Golden State Warriors to beat the Sacramento Kings. Let's get back to the phones here. 916-909-1320. Everybody's favorite, Kamara Williams. Kamara, what's happening, man? Best dressed man on the show right here.
Best dressed man, but you didn't include me on the Culture podcast with Wu-Tang. First of all, that's like my bailiwick. Fashion, hip hop. Y'all didn't even give your bro a call. That's cold, man.
Well, it costs to get you on the show, so you charge by the hour, so it's a little tough.
Golly, boy, I tell you what, man. That's. I thought we were close, Damien.
We gonna make it happen.
We are close. You fired off 5 texts before 4:30 this morning. I think that's pretty close. Or at least 4:30 my time.
Yeah. What I was calling for because oh, by the way, it was Herb Cole, who was the Milwaukee Bucks owner at the time.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. And as far as the Vivek thing, listen, we gave him a lot of crap when the team was losing. So, let him floss a little bit in the light. I mean, I have no problem with him trying to paint himself in the best light because guess what? No owner in sports can be like, yeah, I'm going to own a Maricopa on messing that. You think Mark Cuban is accepting he didn't get Brunson? What did he do? He passed the buck to his father.
Yeah.
So, no owners are going to make themselves look terrible. Anyway, I text you at 4:30 your time in the morning, talking about matchups and the strategy. And I just, I don't. You can read the text if you want or whatnot, but I wanted to hear you guys' thoughts on what about the matchups and strategy between the Kings, the players, and the Warriors players. I'll take it off the air.
All right, Kamara. So I guess the way Kamara framed that, I actually have to read his text on the air so we can get more. It's now Kamara Williams with D'Lo and Casey here on ESPN 1320. So he sent me like a matchup thing where it says Wiggins guards Fox. He didn't write this. This is from a tweet. Wiggins guards Fox, Steph guards Herter, Draymond on Harrison, Clay on Murray, Looney on Sabonis, which I think there's flaws in that given what we've learned about Wiggins. Again, this isn't coming from Kamara. He just Kuminga, Dante, GP2 to throw at Fox or Herter. Kuminga has been a great point of attack defender this year in Wiggins' absence. The last 16 games, his primary matchup has shot an average of 20% less than their normal I don't know what that's shot percentage, I guess. He's been a high plus minus defender, something to look at. So Kuminga is a name that's come up quite a bit. I think Butch brought him up earlier. Bonte brought him up yesterday on our show. Bonte brought him up. So there's all of these ideas about how these matchups work, right? Because we look at them individually. Like we look at Kuminga or Dante or Gary Payton II on De'Aaron Fox. What we don't think about is the movement of De'Aaron Fox, or specifically, and I think you brought this up yesterday, the movement of Kevin. Like Steph's going to be on Kevin Huerter. Okay,
that's some work.
Okay, the movement of Kevin Huerter and the contact from Domantas Sabonis. We do all these matchup things, and in theory, it's like, oh, I can see this working. On paper, I can see this working. In practice, it's going to be a lot different. Like Steph against Steph on Huerter, unless something completely changes with the Kings offense, that doesn't feel like the best idea for Golden State to me.
No.
I feel like you need someone physical to guard Kevin Huerter just because of what you're going to be dealing with, Domantas Sabonis, or you'll run Steph out there first and just try to bait the officials to blow their whistle.
And to be honest with you, and Steve Kerr, I'm not putting him in this category. He definitely watches the games, understands the Kings. But if I'm watching the Kings, and I'm the Warriors, to be honest with you, I'm probably going to start Curry on Fox. Like that's where I would go, because Fox typically isn't like ultra aggressive early in games. It's going to be 6 minutes. It might go out at the same time, actually, but that's where I would start him as opposed to Steph and De'Aaron. Or excuse me, Steph might go to like 3 minutes in the quarter, which is when De'Aaron comes back, or around 2 minutes. But
that would be Davion, right? Because Davion's normally
Davion. So Steph would still be in there. He'd get a little,
and that'd be Davion on Steph.
Yes. But if I was the Warriors, I might start Steph just on De'Aaron Fox, as opposed to trying to have him run around with Kevin Huerter. Now the thing about that is Klay Thompson. Klay Thompson is probably better than maybe I give him credit for on the defensive end nowadays, but he's far from the defender that he used to be. So do you want Klay running around with Kevin Huerter? I don't know. Maybe if Wiggins starts, you put Klay on Harrison and have Wiggins running around with Kevin Huerter. But now you got to worry about his lungs because he hasn't played in 3 months or something like that. So there are some things that, like I talked about earlier, we're going to have to see before we say, I think this is the way things are going to play out. I think this is how it's going to happen. And yeah, I want to see. I think the Kings will definitely make the Warriors work here on the offensive end.
Let's grab Austin here, 916-909-1320. Austin, what's happening, man?
DB, thank you so much. You guys are freaking awesome. I don't call in enough, but I met you in person. You were a gentleman and a scholar to my kids years ago downtown in the park somewhere in Sac. But Kenny, I haven't met you either, but I do listen to you guys. I just don't call in that often. And so funny thing here, I come back from Vegas a couple of days ago for a week-long vacation. We're going to house hunt and go to Henderson right outside Vegas. And the name Maloof keeps coming up for people who have moved there from, Sac County and the Bay Area who are Kings fans. And I love how you're talking about Vivek, because I feel like since I've been in Folsom the past 7 years and the general Bay Area, Vivek gets a little bit too much hate, honestly. He's a new owner. He built a new stadium. He did a lot of things that were good. And, I think as Kings fans, we deserve to ask a lot, but we may be asking too much too soon. And pumping the brakes isn't a bad thing once in a while. Putting things in perspective is not easy, especially for guys like yourselves. You're on the air a lot. Kings fans deserve better. But you know what? Is it too much to ask for us to win the championship this year? Yes, it is. How about we just be happy right now and be cool with the moves that have been made? Call me crazy. What do you think?
No, you can ask for whatever you want. You might not get it, but you can ask. Expectations. And again, as a fan, you can ask for whatever you want to ask for. if your expectation is to win a championship, then you're almost certainly going to be disappointed. And that's not, if your expectation as a Kings fan, a Warriors fan, a Lakers fan, a Celtics fan, a Bucks fan, the odds are you're going to be disappointed.
You got a 1 in 30 chance.
That's it. One. That's it. But yo, just enjoy it. And Austin, most importantly, appreciate the kind words to start this, man. We appreciate you. We're thrilled that you're listening.
Henderson is popping right now. Very nice in Henderson.
Well, spreading out Vegas, I guess.
Yeah, Henderson is popping.
Yeah, I believe it. This is a weird sentence to say. I've been there. We'll come back. No Jason Jones today. He had some things that he had to attend to. So we'll keep the phone lines open for you the rest of the day. This your show, 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. I think I'm going to go to the bathroom. I always eat like part of these protein bars, and then the fries come, and then I never finish them.
I need to get the I always think about the kind that I like. They have blueberry. Damn, I can't remember. I know it if I see it.
Here.
Just
Take the rest of the bag. I got to stop eating those.
Love.
They're all
That's
yours.
love. That's love. These won't make it out of the building. What's going on, everybody? No 13th round because I ain't watched the fights yet. I ain't watched the fights. I gotta step my game up.
If you had to pick one, are you moving to Henderson or Bakersfield?
Henderson in a heartbeat. They do, BC. They do. It's crazy. Woody Cube, what up? Wizzo Mac, what up? Gotham says Kings in 6.
That's my pick too.
Huh.
So that's my pick too. Kings in 6.
And if they go down to Chase Center and do that thing, I just saw Kim. Kim got her whole family getting in the chat. Lovely family, by the way. Oh, look who it is. No, look, come here so the people can see you. Say hi, Kim. Oh, they can't see you. Hold on. Kimber. Oh boy. Hector Booter. Dr. David Booter. Tomatoes.
Man, those Prestos came in the mail yesterday.
Those
Prestos. Man, that is a gorgeous shoe, man.
I love them.
Yeah,
it makes you want to get more.
That's the first thing I thought when I opened it. Was like, I should ask for 2.
Love them.
I already forwarded it to Justine. Thank you so much. We said they had the best fries in that clip, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And you sent that was a video? Oh man, thank you. I know it is. Best producer in the game right there. I mean, a better producer would have booked Coles, but whatever. What you? I mean, you let them book Coles more.
That's my fault. That's my fault. That's on me.
That man out of nowhere called Jill a fraud. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, who says something bad about Jill Adge?
That was a weird night on Twitter.
That was a wild night.
What happened that night?
I don't know. That's the thing. Like he just
something happened.
Always white, Sean. Always
white. Something happened that night.
Oh,
it was like a game or a win or something.
No, I think you're right. Let me go to my text thread with Jill. That's where it started. It started with Jill liking a tweet.
Yeah, you gotta be careful liking tweets, man.
No wonder I wasn't in Jill's Twitter circle. We text all the damn time. Where the hell is that? I might have gone back too far. That was absolutely a wild night. Okay, here it is. Jill says, didn't have this on my bingo card. Can we just have one normal night? I know what I've put it all together. It wasn't the same night. It was the night before. It was, remember, some random guy went at De'Aaron Fox for not, I think it was, he went at De'Aaron for, I don't remember if it was for not playing. And he, like, I think I was tagged in it. I think you were tagged in it.
Was it when his baby was being born?
That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. And Rasay found it and just shredded the guy to the point where I think he temporarily deleted his account.
I do remember
that was that, and the Jill is a fraud. Those were back-to-back days.
Wow.
Jill's been called a fraud on Twitter, a random lady on Twitter. Like, man, yeah.
Fraud is a wild diss.
That's
like, that's just a wild thing to say.
Fraud about what?
Hey,
exactly.
Here's what I say to everyone watching, listening. Here's what I say to you, to Kenny, to you, Jesse. There comes a time in this industry where we need to be put out to pasture. Oof. When it's my time,
Old Yeller,
put me out. Just take me out back.
I'm just gonna.
That's it.
I'm gonna slowly fade you down like a caller.
Treat me like Mitch.
You'll know when I slide down Damon. That's it. It's over.
That's it. And I'll know what it means. I'll just unplug my headphones and walk out the door. Because
like Old Yeller out here.
Because man, Dr. David sent me a tweet. I was like, boy, it's going to take a lot for me not to respond to this tweet. I'm not going to do it because I don't even know that this old man would see it. But when it's time, just do it. Don't hesitate. And treat me like Tony Soprano. Never see it coming.
Man.
Just, it's over.
How's my hair look?
Yeah. You look good, girl. Make sure the spray is nice and tight for the camera. Get me out of here.
Hey, can I get some breaking glass?
Yeah.
From the desk of John Bull.
Oh my.
Said, I want to take this time out to address the incident that unfolded a little earlier today regarding D'Lo and KC Chatty House. I wanted to start off by firstly saying that I'm thankful for all the love and support shown towards me during this time. Being in isolation gave me plenty of time to reflect on my behavior and grow as not only a father, a husband, but also an individual. I will continue to spend my free time bettering myself and continuing to make D'Lo and KC proud.
Oh, that is amazing. That is it. John Bull is amazing for that. That is something
goat stuff right
incredible there. Right there. We got a full-on press release. Spectacular. Soren says PR wrote that for John.
Can't lie, even though it's fake. It was well written. I believe it.
Well written.
Strong. Man, that's better than what John Moran said.
Is John going to Florida?
Man,
for a day?
Man. Well, that's where you sent him. Sent that man John Bull to Florida. Goodness gracious. Man, what a day today was.
It was a great day. We came out on fire.
We got to get this Trysta Butcher Boy thing.
Those are my people, man. Butcher Boy, my guy. Trysta, my girl.
Got to get that.
You know what, though? I don't think it's ever going to happen.
But yeah, that sounded a little real.
I don't think it's ever going to happen. It's going to be real heat forever.
Some beefs can't be. I'll say this, though. This isn't a knock on Butcher Boy whatsoever. I was surprised how reserved Butch was. I thought he was going to be going. I thought he was going to be. I thought
maybe he's saving it for Friday.
Bonte went in.
Mm-hmm.
I thought Butch was going to go in.
Stop it.
Stop it. Well, Bonte lost his goddamn mind. We'll talk to Butch and Bonte together on Friday.
I agree with you. A little reserved.
Yeah, he was. That's not what I was expecting. But Butch,
I think them D-Lo and KC lights.
It could be it. It could be
it. A little different.
I think Butch, yeah, I don't know, because I don't listen as much as you do.
But Butch is like me. Like Butch, he talks loud and passionate, but he's real. Like he gets this. He doesn't have this distorted view of reality. He, like, when he first came on, he said, "Look, man, it's just a game. We having a good time, man." So he gonna trash talk. He gonna talk his talk, but at the end of the day, he knows we all just having a good time.
Yeah.
And I think that's what we saw today. Like, we having a good time. And it's almost like what happened with me when I went on with Willard and Dibbs. It's like, okay, well, what are we doing here? Are we trash talking and having a good time?
Mm-hmm.
Or are we breaking down a potential series? They told me we was trash talking. So I was like, all right, we gonna trash talk. That's what we gonna do. When Butch came on here, he's like, all right, I'm with these guys. We're going to really break down this thing like we've been talking about, right? Like we said earlier in the show, we were like, we're going to really talk about why the Warriors might win, why the Kings might win. That's the tip he was on today. Friday, we probably just going to be talking trash. We're going to have a good time.
Man, Brendan Nunez is really, I guess he doesn't have games to cover, so he's bored. Like he has been throwing out some Will Z-like stats lately. Brendan just tweeted this one. This or I don't want to say just tweeted it about 30 minutes ago. Only 3 NBA teams. This is amazing. Only 3 NBA teams had multiple players shoot 40% or higher on 6 or more 3-point attempts per game. Team 1, the Pacers.
Okay.
The 2 players, Shavano and Tyrese.
Yeah. That's what they do. They shoot that 3 ball.
The Sacramento Kings, obviously, Kevin Huerter, Keegan Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And the Golden State Warriors, Klay Thompson, Steph Curry. Steph Curry, 42.7% on 11.4 per game.
That was crazy, bro.
And I don't want to downplay what Klay did either. 41.2 on 10.6. No other player, not even Shavano, is in double digits attempts. No one else. He's at 8.5, ties 7.2. Keegan 6.3, Kevin Huerter 6.8. That's stunning. That Warriors part of this is stunning.
They can shoot that 3 ball. Newsflash, right? And I think that's their great equalizer in any and every series. They can put up 10 threes and make 4 or 5 of them on average. If they get hot, they can make 7 or 8. And now that's both of them can at the same time. So now you're talking about 48 points just on threes from those 2. And boy, those threes be hitting a little different. When the Splash Brothers splash down, it'd be like, oh, hit you a little demoralizing when not because they can't, but it's just like, oh, these boys are raw. And is this gonna be the start of them getting hot? It's just it's something that no matter what's
every
going
time
on,
they hit a 3, we think it might be something bigger.
Yeah. No matter what's going on in these games and for this entire series, we're going to be on the edge because of Steph and Klay. And I'll put Jordan Poole in there as well.
I mean, he's in the 200 plus made threes category with them.
We're going to be on the edge.
Understandably so.
At least I will.
This will be a fun series.
I think
It's
so
exciting.
too. Do you have? Did you give your X factor yesterday? I know mine was the Curry minutes.
It's funny. I didn't to us. I did to Bonte and Butch though. I talked about Malik.
Yeah, you did.
And how I thought Malik needed to. How I feel like Malik can be a catalyst to everything that second unit does. And the bench is going to be really important when you go back and you look at those 3 early games and you look at the Kevin Herter play, the Kevin Herter, Klay Thompson, missed call play or missed call game. That was the only game out of the 3. I'm just taking out the 4th one, where the Warriors bench wasn't very good. The Kings bench was very good, and it was led by Malik Monk.
Malik was killing that game.
He had 24 in that one.
He was killing.
Davion had 11. And we've talked about this so many times that, you talk about the Splash Brothers, their threes hitting different. When Malik scores, it feels like he hits different. Like the reaction within the Golden One Center feels different.
Mm-hmm.
You can see his body language start to shift. The sideways 3 hits. Second one drops.
Mm-hmm.
The sideways 3 gets a little more animated. The third one drops. You get the sideways 3, the facial expression.
The skip.
Yeah, and then you start getting the skip, right? Because the Warriors have to call timeout and everyone's going to the sideline. Love Davion. That doesn't happen with Davion.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't happen with Trey Lyles. It's just a different type of emotional reaction. And to me, if we can get 5 to 7 games, 4 to 7 games where Malik is clearly the 6th man on this team, clearly that guy carrying the unit, man, I really like the Kings' chances, regardless of what's happening from the guys in Warriors uniforms. Because I think if Malik is hitting, that's just a snowfall of an avalanche of good things for Sacramento.
I agree with you. I think I didn't have him as my X factor per se, but I think he's going to be a huge X factor, and it's going to be something that you got to watch off the bench with if you're the Warriors, because you go to the bench unit, and I don't know exactly how the rotations are going to be, but who's guarding Malik? Is it DiVincenzo? Is it Gary Payton II? And if DiVincenzo and Gary Payton II are guarding Malik, that's going to leave pull on Davion Mitchell. And I know they got their jokes about Davion. Davion will cook Jordan Poole.
Mm-hmm.
He'll cook him.
Mm-hmm.
He'll get to the bucket on him. He did. I think that's what was happening in that one game where he was successful. Jordan Poole was guarding him. Davion was cooking. Then you get a situation where maybe you got Terrence in there, and you got him as a wild card. You think Terrence is going to play much in this series?
I don't think I do.
I don't think so either.
I don't think I do.
I think we could see Kessler Edwards though, huh?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kessler got to start hitting some shots. He's getting a lot of open looks, and they were going down earlier. They're not going down as much.
And that's the thing. And maybe Mike will shift to center. Like Terrence played 17 minutes, 18 minutes. Go to the very first game. Terrence played. Where the hell is Terrence? There he is. 15 minutes. So we got some run. It also should be noted, KZ Okpala started in one of these, and I don't mean that disparaging KZ Okpala. I mean,
you don't get a ring, big dog. You don't get a ring.
He's not on the team anymore. We point that out. But I think the idea is to go with Kessler Edwards from the defensive standpoint. But you talk about those open shots. That's the thing that's concerning to me. Is the Warriors are the type of team, and I think it was Butch that brought this up earlier. Leave Draymond open. Make him score before you do anything else. The Warriors are going to do that. Warriors aren't going to guard Kessler Edwards.
Right.
They saw what you saw. They're going to make him hit shots.
Right.
And I don't think it's one either. Shots, plural, in a short stretch of time. It's like, all right, we've got to adjust. If that doesn't happen, I don't think they're going to do it. That's kind of the downside to him. You can't afford to do that with someone like Terrence.
Yeah, that's why I might look for Terrence.
And maybe they do. Maybe. I don't think there'll obviously be game-to-game adjustments. I don't know that there's going to be game-to-game roster changes. You know what I mean? But I wouldn't rule Terrence out. I wouldn't put money on Terrence not playing in this series at all.
I don't think we talked about this at all, but Alex Lynn, you think he's part of the rotation now, or do they go back to Metsu? We talked a little bit yesterday with James about how Metsu played really well against the Warriors, and I'm interested to see how that plays, especially in the non-Curry minutes. I think if Curry's out there, they would pick and roll Lynn off the court. Like, you can't play him with Curry out there.
I think
they might even do it with Jordan Poole too.
I think Alex has done a hell of a job in this last, 2-week stretch, week and a half stretch.
Yeah. This ain't the series.
This isn't the one. Yeah, Clippers, I think you could have made. I think you could have made it. Lakers, you definitely could have. Yeah. This feels like a Chimezie Metu series, and Chimezie Metu, Mike, that crew, they've got 5 days to get Chimezie Metu to play in this series. Get him ready to play in this series, and I think they can. I think he'll be ready. I think they'll all be ready. Every single one of them, whether they're slotted to play, whether they've been pulled aside and say, "Hey, be ready." Not sure what your role is here with this team, and I believe these conversations do happen with this squad. I think they'll all be ready to go. Chimezie might need to be extra ready though, because this was the team that this was the team that started a run for him.
Yeah,
absolutely. Was that game against the Warriors?
I look at Chimezie and I look at Terrence, and especially in this series, they're gonna have to put up points, and it goes back to the old adage that I've been talking about all year. You got to put your best offensive team out there more times than not.
Yeah,
you've got to be able to score your points, get up and down in that respect.
Let's get our brother Herbert in here. Herbert, what's going on, baby?
What's happening, D-Lo? What up, KC?
Herbert, what up, my guy?
What's good, baby? Hey, we here, man. We here.
Yeah. You ready?
Yeah, man. I got a few predictions for game one.
Okay.
All right. Kings, I just think they need to take care of home court. They were a little, shaky at home sometimes. On the road, very strong. So I feel like if they take care of home, they can come out on top. I also feel like Davion and Kessler will be factors. I feel like they're attack dogs, and Mike Brown could throw them in there and slow some people down.
Okay, attack dogs.
I like that. I think Warrior fans tripping on Davion. I think Davion gonna have some moments.
Are Warriors fans doing it, or was that just Bonte? Are they really talking crazy about Davion Mitchell?
Our guy in the chat, Jason, he was saying, Davion, he about to be fooled. He Warriors fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. There's a lot of things you can say about Davion. There's a lot of things as a Kings fan. You go, I wish Davion was stronger in here. I wish Davion ain't nobody's food.
No.
What Davion Mitchell are you watching?
Thing about it, they talking about it on the offensive end. They're like, oh yeah, we'll just leave him open and let him shoot. All right, whatever.
Okay.
Like that's not even why he's out there.
Okay. Do that. Leave Davion open.
Right.
That's a good idea.
Because I guess Friday, I mean, if you're really breaking things down, I guess you paid attention. I didn't pay that much attention to Friday's game. Like, I watched it because I was there. I didn't really pay attention to what was going on. I guess Davion played poorly on Friday.
What did y'all do that had Olivia chugging down coffee the next morning?
She just had like a half of a beer.
Well, that adds up. Yeah, she's 5 foot nothing, so that adds up. Davion is food. Man, that's wild.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. If you want to get back in on these phone lines. Jesse says, all these takes so far have screamed, we don't know a thing about the Kings.
Yeah, it's like, I feel like I'm not calling anyone like these takes are like out of ignorance almost. Like they just like have you seen anything about the Kings that gives them their due or like
no
thinks that they're gonna like put up a fight? It's all like the Warriors of like the main talking point is the Warriors have been here, so that's why they're gonna beat the Kings, and that's just is insane to me.
The one that really bugged me out this morning was the Yahoo one, where Yahoo said, "Don't read too much into the Kings and their prolific offense. The floor of the offense in the NBA has been raised." Wow.
And that's why I just continue to say, I don't know why it's so hard to just say the Kings are a good team. You don't have to overly praise them. You don't have to say that they're about to win an NBA championship or nothing like that. But what's so wrong with saying that's a good team, man?
If someone sat down and said, if a national writer wrote, "I got the Warriors in 6 and here's why," this would be my rationale. The Kings are an incredibly scoring team. Is there one game that the Warriors can just outscore them? Like the Kings play their game, 15 threes, 30 assists, big night from Malik. Can the Warriors beat them in one game in this series like that? Sure. Okay, there's one. Then you start to break down, is there a game that just the shots don't fall? Sure. A game where the shots don't fall and they're not sharp defensively? Sure. Do you have the Steph Curry game? Do you have the Clay game where there's just no answer? Sure. There's a million things you can rationalize. I just don't think the Kings defense can close out on Steph and Clay. I think the coaching staff is going to find a way to minimize Sabonis's ability to pass the ball around the floor. Okay, I don't know what that strategy is. We haven't seen it one time this year, but okay, you want to be physical with them. Unless Steven Adams is back and on the Golden State Warriors, there isn't a player on the Warriors that I'm worried about. But if you made the argument, it's like, okay, I'd counter that particular. I got you. Nobody's doing that. It's just, the Warriors.
That's it.
The
Kings.
That's exactly what it is. Just the Kings have been, or the Warriors have been here, so that's why they're going to beat the Kings, and we're done with it.
Even though they've been the 3 seed, even though they finished with 48 wins, even though they're hosting a first round playoff series, they're still the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah,
they're still the team that missed the playoffs for 16 straight years. They're still the team that has had 13 head coaches. They're still the team that has had multiple owners. They're still the team that has had multiple general managers. They're still the team that's playing Vlade Divac and Luke Walton right now. They're still that team.
Yeah.
And it probably won't be a first. They'd have to beat the Warriors. They might have to be the Lakers or the Grizzlies for anyone to go, hey, the Kings have had a hell of a season.
Which is crazy.
And even
The
at that
Sacramento
point, I'm
Kings
not sure that they
gotta
would.
make the Western Conference Finals for somebody to say they had a good season.
And you know what? That might not be it either, because D'Lo and KC in Sacramento watched the Dallas Mavericks make the Western Conference Finals last year and looked at them like, come on, man. They ain't the second best team in the Western Conference. They got here. They deserve a chance to get to the finals. We know what this is. They ain't that.
The other thing about it is it speaks so matter-of-factly about what they're talking about. And it's like, do you have you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. Like I can talk about the Warriors. I watch the Warriors, but I don't know the Warriors the way Butcher and Bonte do. So when they say something, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna be like, okay. Number one, I'm gonna seek them out because I know that's the creme de la creme of Warriors talk. So I'm gonna seek them out and try to learn something. Like, man, is there something I'm missing? Okay, DiVincenzo, he's been a little bit more of a factor than maybe I give him credit for. Or Kuminga's been playing well as of late. Down the stretch, he started playing good. All right, I'm gonna look out for that. The Kings, the Kings don't play defense. They're last in the league in defense. You can't win like that in the playoffs.
And they're not, but I got you.
That's one thing that kind of makes me more confident in the Kings this series. Like, you look at the national guys, all the national media people, they're taking the Warriors, of course, or whatever. They can't definitively tell you, like, they can't tell you a thing about, they don't know about the Kings, what I'm saying. They don't know. They don't know what's coming. Like, we can talk because we've seen the Kings, we watch the Warriors and stuff like that. Like, we can actually talk about the series. They just don't know.
I just have the ability to acknowledge what the Warriors do really well. I have the ability to acknowledge what the Kings do poorly. I can formulate an opinion on that. We've said from jump, I wouldn't be surprised if the Warriors went to the NBA Finals.
Nope.
Wouldn't be surprised if the Sacramento Kings went to the NBA Finals. Denver Nuggets, Los Angeles Lakers, Memphis Grizzlies, all Phoenix Suns, all of them. Wouldn't be surprised. I'm not going to get on someone's neck now for saying, well, the Warriors are going to beat the Kings in round 1. Okay, that's fine. Just tell me why.
That's it. That's it. I've said this numerous times today. You can watch the NBA and watch the King, be familiar with the Kings, and think that the Warriors are going to beat them. There's no problem with that. There's no shame in that. You don't have to. It's not like Warriors fans. Like if you pick against them, oh, watch more basketball.
Kings better.
It's not that. You can watch the game and think, you know what? I think the Warriors are just better. I think they're too much. I get that, but I haven't heard anything yet that makes me say this person knows what they're talking about. They make a good point as to why the Warriors are going to beat the Kings. Like Jesse said, it's just a bunch of inexperience, don't play defense, Warriors.
Everything people say that the Warriors can do in the playoffs, they literally have not done once this season. You need them to be a team that they were last year.
Yeah.
Like what I broke down the other day. I said, you know what? This is going to be a different test for the Warriors defense with the way the Kings play offense. And I could go back to 2015 and tell you, hey, they faced the Grizzlies and they were playing off Tony Allen, or they played the Rockets and they were playing off PJ Tucker or whatever. And this was ISO ball from our, like, we can talk about all that because I'm sitting up at night because I'm like this genius, but I want to, if I'm going to talk about something, because I talk a lot, speak loudly, right? The part of the reason why I do that is because I do my research to make sure I know what the hell I'm talking about. I don't just go talking about, well, you know, the old adage in the playoffs. No, that's not actually the wrong adage. Okay. So nobody's been able to sit up there and be like, you know what, the Kings, they do this dribble handoff thing, but like, I'll even give you something. Kings do the dribble handoff. They were flummoxed by what Boston did to them. When Boston had two smalls on there and they messed that whole thing up. They didn't understand that. If I was a Warriors fan, like, I think we might be able to do that with like Wiggins and GB2 or Steph or something like that. I think we might be able to execute that and replicate that. And it'll be up to the Kings after having that experience against Boston to know how to combat that, know how to play that. They didn't know what to do. They said so. They're like, we were kind of stuck on that. We got to figure out how to combat that. But all it takes is watching the team to see something like that.
It's too much work. It's like the clip from James Ham we played earlier. That's not even the length of a game. That's 2 minutes.
That was crazy.
That was 2 minutes, but
they did Ham dirty on that one. They did Ham dirty on that one because number one, they clipped it for in the caption.
In the written, yeah.
Yeah, in the caption, they clipped it. And then also, if you listen to the clip, you understand exactly what he's saying.
Yeah, but that's not what the game put out there. It's like they need the sound. We're going backhand them, boy. They need the sound.
Yeah.
They need the sound to get out
succeeded.
There. Let's get these and shout out to James who handled it better than I would, because I would have tweeted at least 10 times. F all of you. F every single Kyle Kuzma, you too. Let's get Bryce in here. A rare call from Bryce.
Bryce is back.
909-1320. One of the original callers. What's up, Bryce?
What's going on? I mean, it's everyone needs to just, they don't know anything about us, so we just got to let them have their talk. But I don't like to make, I try to keep it low key. I try not to say too many things because everyone's going to come after me, later. Got Warriors fans at work, but the Sacramento Kings are going to be the 1 in 21-1 for the Warriors.
Very nice.
And that's not a spoiler. That is a prediction.
Very nice, Bryce. Very well
like
done.
that.
Well done,
I
wise
like
man.
that.
Well done, wise man.
Oh, I'm gonna be on this.
That's wild.
I'm gonna be on this stream like
that's wild. We're going from that line from Bryce to Solo. It's just how it works. Solo, what's happening, baby?
What's going on with the gentleman? How you doing today?
We good, baby. How you doing, man?
Oh man, I'm chilling. Just took a minute to jump to the break room just because I had to talk some Kings, man.
Appreciate it.
I'm actually I live in the Bay right now, but I'm from Sacramento. We were born and raised in Sac, so I'm like surrounded by Warriors fans. Both my roommates are Warriors fans. So this is probably the worst case scenario for me, I think.
Relatable. Can definitely relate to that.
But I'm definitely repping for the Kings every chance I get. And I had to go ahead and pay those crazy prices just to make sure I got a seat for game 2. So I will be there.
There you go, man. It's going to be a great atmosphere.
Yeah, I'm really, really pumped for that. It's crazy. It actually would have been cheaper to go to Chase.
Yeah.
But I'm not trying to watch, especially with the way the Warriors have been winning it in the Chase. I have no interest in seeing that. So
I don't know. There's something about going on the road sometimes, man. As a fan.
Yeah.
I remember when I was.
You can be spit on by the opposing team like Bonte was in Philadelphia.
That was. I don't know who would have to come with me to Philadelphia because
not Reese.
No. Reese ain't going to a football game. Reese ain't going to a football game till like 14. Football crazy. Yeah, football games are crazy. He ain't going to no football game. But I don't know, man, because I'll be talking crazy back to him. You might see me go viral.
Believe it. I believe it. We got one more. Oh, it's our guy Sam. Sam, what's happening, man?
Sam.
Hey, boys. Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
Hey, well, here's my take a little bit better that if Sabonis, 30% of the calls this year were ticky-tacky, and the referees supposedly, when you get to the playoffs, allow more physicality, then that should allow Sabonis, and if Barnes steps his game up some to control more of the paint, hopefully getting a few more offensive and defensive rebounds, which then I think will be a tide turner from that standpoint. If they start calling ticky-tacky fouls against Sabonis and he starts chirping, well, we've got the same problem we've had all year. So that's where I think that could be, give us an extra 4 to 6 points during any game. So that's my take.
I like that, Sam. That's a good call. I hadn't thought about the officials, the so-called, the game ges more physical, the referees let more go. Yeah. I think I can comfortably speak for every Kings fan. It's like, that's fine as long as everything goes on both sides.
I need that same one.
Because when Draymond gets frustrated that something doesn't go his way, I need you to make sure it continues to not go his way as long as it's not going the Kings' way. Keep the calls consistent. Steph doesn't get enough calls, says Warriors fans. That's cool. Check out Kings Twitter on the night De'Aaron's gone to the basket 10 times and hasn't gotten a single whistle. Oh, we got it. Call him or don't call him the same way. That's all it boils down to, because things get shaky when you start calling them one way and not the other.
That's it.
If you're going to miss calls, miss them on both ends. That's all we ask.
That's what I say. I need that same one. You make a call, a little touch foul. So I need that same one, because they're doing a lot of holding and grabbing as well. I need the same one. So we'll see what happens, man. You know what I think is going to happen? I think Draymond's going to stink in this series. And I don't say that because I hate Draymond or anything. I don't think he's going to play well in this series. I think this is a bad matchup for him.
He's played well in all of the games that they played.
I think it's a bad matchup for him.
I don't understand, though.
I think he's not going to be able to contain Sabonis when Looney isn't out there. Offensively, he may get some looks offensively, and he may play well in that respect. But I judge Draymond on his defense, not what he does offensively.
Greatest defender of
all time. And I don't think he's going to have the impact defensively.
There was no fluctuation in the Warriors starting lineup in the first 3 games. Draymond Green played 36 minutes in the second one. He played 34 minutes in the third one, and just 28 minutes in the first one. Warriors scored 130 in that one.
Draymond Green in his 4 games against the Kings. Triple single. 7.
Wait a minute.
And 6.5.
Well, wait a minute. What'd he do Friday? Oh, you're right. Yeah. He had 6 in the third game. There was only one game. Oh, I guess he just had 11 in that one. No, maybe. DeMontis had 19 and 14. And I'm just running through games here at this point. 19 and 14, 25 and 22. That's a 6. 26 and 22. Need to re-up that LASIK. And 19 and 14.
Montes in his 3 games against the Warriors, 21.3, 16.7 rebounds, 6 assists.
And
only played 30 minutes.
One other quick observation. Yeah. Kevon Looney wasn't good either.
Warriors were,
Is that the
Warriors
most...
World was talking today. They said Kevon Looney was like a plus 30 or something. Like when they played together, him and Sabonis, like Looney was like a plus 30, Sabonis was like a minus 22 or something.
Having
these boys hilarious, man.
Having no context whatsoever to any of that, off the top of my head, all came from one game.
Yeah, I would think so too.
The game where Chimezie Metu led the comeback when they were down by 20 and Sabonis was off the floor.
Yeah.
But I guess it was because Kevon Looney was out there with DeMontis Sabonis. That's why they were down so much.
Looney greater than Sabonis according to Warriors World.
Is Domas, and we can talk more about this.
Warriors World, you don't watch basketball.
I think Marcus Thompson is scheduled for tomorrow. It depends on the Kings practice, but I think Marcus Thompson is going to join us, I think, for the first time, which is wild.
Yeah, it's crazy.
On this show. Bobby Marks will be with us. Of course, James Ham will be with us. And we could talk more about this tomorrow. So we'll just float it out there right now. Is Domantas Sabonis the most important player for the Sacramento Kings in this series? Because we've talked about X factors. We've talked about Malik and Keegan. We've talked about Harrison in the revenge series. We talk about Harrison hearing what Draymond said about getting up for them sorry MFers like the Sacramento Kings and I think he said the Oklahoma City Thunder or whoever else he pointed out on the shop. And we've picked guys, and I understand what De'Aaron Fox is, but when we talk about Draymond Green and we talk about Kevon Looney, it feels a lot of that centers around Domantas Sabonis. So I'll pose this question to the chatty house and to everybody listening. Is Domantas Sabonis the most important player in this series?
20-hour tease.
Indeed. We will break down Domantas Sabonis' importance to the Sacramento Kings tomorrow. We'll go gear up we'll go to Hoops Hype. We'll go to ESPN, The Athletic, reading all the stuff about how these Warriors, they've got a chance at winning another title, how they're going to steamroll through Sacramento and the Golden One Center. We'll update you guys on everything. And again, the plan tomorrow, Marcus Thompson, I believe he's scheduled for like 1 or somewhere in the 1 o'clock hour. Bobby Marks is going to be with us at 2:20 tomorrow. And then James Ham, of course, will be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. If you're listening on ESPN 1320, if you're listening on 98.5 HD2, if you're listening on the Odyssey app and you want more Kings coverage, don't go anywhere. We'll relive the Butcher Boy and Butcher Girl beef as well as more talk on the Sacramento Kings as we run it back here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Go Kings. This situation with the parking, that's kind of unnecessary.
What are they doing with the parking?
So, the Kings have been famous for having their app where you have all these designated parking garages and you pay, prepay. So people have been doing that. It's like you can find $10 lots, $7 lots, whatever. People have been prepaying. The Sac Park is canceling their reservation and coming with a new price that's like $50 in some places.
Come on, man.
A place that's normally like 15 is like 50. Bruh. I know. Yeah, I know. It's still pretty open.
The Kings.
I was over there over the weekend.
The Kings are trying to recoup every penny they lost during the pandemic in one fell swoop. Like we're getting everything we lost back right now. You're gonna go in there and a soda's gonna be $29. Those hot dogs that y'all eat during halftime, those are now $2. You gotta Venmo the media relations people.
Yeah, you ain't in there. Popcorn gonna be charged for that.
They charge. Well, sorry, Sarah. Oh man. Hit the thumbs up before you guys go. Another Man, another huge day on the stream. We appreciate it. We could probably get a little higher with the thumbs up before we get out of here. I think we're at 254. I think we could creep closer to 300. There's been almost 1,500 people in here today, so hit the thumbs up.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Hey, you think your boy goes?
No way. But it would be amazing. It would be amazing.
I think there's a chance it happens. I think there's a chance it happens Friday.
Isn't he suing them? How could that happen?
No, that isn't. Who said that? Oh man. Oh man.
There are 300 more people watching us standing around doing nothing than that. Man, get the Undertaker shovel. It's almost time.
In order to be the champ, you have to beat the champ. Well, sir, this is not wrestling, and the Kings could beat the Warriors and not win the championship. And the Suns cannot beat the Warriors and win the championship. This isn't wrestling. Sir, former NBC sports broadcaster.
Oh boy. All right. We're gonna get out of here, guys. Thanks for all the love. Where are we at? Did we get to 3? See, 254 and 274. That's plus 20. We get 20 more. We appreciate you guys, man. We will see you tomorrow.
Oh.
Shout out Bennett's French fries.